rolling so we can try to stick to a time schedule. A few minutes past. So we'll do our check-in, and it's all got all the same normal questions, your name, your position in the district, how are you doing today? If you have any time constraints, we'll figure out who's missing and get a list. Once we have a list, don't worry about repeating it. If there's any issues or elephants that we have to deal with, and what your expectations are for the day. I went back through former presentations to make sure I didn't ask a similar questions. I know we hit movies pretty hard, but I don't think we've done this one. What's a quote or mantra of some sort that inspires you daily?
Right.
So who would like to begin? All right, Lisa.
I'm Lisa Dameron. I'm an ELD coach at Carbondale Middle School. I'm great, no time constraints. One person who is missing is Molly Tiernan, and she just texted that she will be here.
Oh,
Yeah. Molly Tiernan from BMS.
Okay.
Issues, financial crisis, expectations, working towards a solution. My mantra comes from my grandmother, who says worrying is a lot like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it don't get you nowhere.
That's awesome. Which direction would you like to go?
Oh, I'll go to Miles.
Hi, I'm Miles Cook, Lemon Springs High School, Social Studies. How am I today? That's a loaded question. I'm feeling pretty good. Time constraints, hoping to get out here around 4-ish. No issues. I would expect that everyone stays focused and you get a lot of stuff done today. Yeah, my quote from cycling, it never gets easier, you just get faster.
I'm Megan Talbot, second grade at the Salt Elementary. I'm doing fine. We have to be out of this room by 4 because my content lead meeting will be happening in this room at 4:15, and then we'll start showing up. So, Begonia's not here.
Yep, the government's not here.
Is Christy here? Stacy's not here. Stacy's not here.
She should be late, I think. Yeah.
Okay. These are middle school. Well, you know, health insurance is an issue, but I'm sure we'll be talking about it. My expectations are, I don't know, this is a weird day because we already kind of started at IBB, I thought, but now we're starting it again. I'm not really sure what to expect from today. And I don't have enough time to think of a good quote. I'm passing on that.
I'm Jacob Wallace. I teach 4th grade at Lemon Springs Elementary School. I'm feeling good today. I love the 4 o'clock idea. That's sweet. And nothing or no one to add on the missing thing. No issues or elements that haven't already been said. And I agree with Megan about the expectations. It feels very different from last year. And I have to think about the quote and mantra still. Pass on that too.
I'm Kendall Riley. I'm the assistant principal at Bristol River. I'm feeling pretty good. Same as Jacob on the time. Amy and Carrie's names are there, but I'm the elementary rep, so I'm not sure why their names are there. They're not missing.
Yeah, maybe admin IBB.
That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. I'm like,
Yeah, they're admin IBB.
good.
Issues, elephants. I haven't seen an agenda for today, and I get really anxious when I don't have an agenda. And I am gonna be really sad if we don't get to talk about PTO and absences at some point in this cycle, but I don't think we're going to.
And you have a quote?
Oh, yeah. Like Lisa, this is, my grandfather said this was his, but I think it's really a JFK, and it's to those who much is given, much is expected.
So that was your grandpa.
My grandma did say she was a Kennedy once to get a restaurant reservation.
That's hilarious.
Jason Santo, Assistant Principal at Salton Middle School. I do need a 4 o'clock out, so good that there's a meeting there at 4:15. Maddie's card is there. I don't, is Maddie still representing VHS considering she has been done part-time? I'm just.
She is, but she has access testing today.
Okay, so I just wasn't on. Yeah, I'm kind of with Kendall on the PTO thing as well. I'm sure that I'll vote. And I think it's just that we'll do what we've been doing in the past, which is being open and listening to each other. Whoa, I'm hoping I kind of get this right, but I'm gonna go back to movies, Kenny. It's Ferris Bueller, and I used this the other day with my 16-year-old, and it was like life comes at you pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you might miss it, so like, kind of taking that after the break is like, hey, let's slow things down and like, try to look around.
And it's back to Board of Education, I'm doing fine today. I don't have any time constraints. I think the issue and elephant is continues to be budget. My expectation is just that people will be good listeners and empathetic and try to see outside of themselves. And I guess our mantra is just to try to stay positive to move forward.
Adam Carvalera, I don't know where my Zoom tag is. I can make a new one. Bridges, I don't know, I'm a little frazzled, I have a weird foot thing happening, so I'm going to stand for a little while. Yeah, I just feel weird today, but yeah, we are doing basketball team dinner tonight, so I'm out of here at 4. Hungry tacos. And we discussed who's missing, issues or elephants. An elephant is what's on people's mind but not being talked about. I think there was a relevant article, and so for some that's a bit of an elephant. But there wasn't any new information in that article about our budget situation, so that's on people's mind. Other than that, no big issues except for, you know, this in a weeks and government transition. It's going down right now. And my expectations are, you know, hopeful. I think it takes a lot of mindfulness. That's why I'm always exhausted after these meetings, to like make sure that you're speaking on behalf of not just yourself, but the people that you represent, that we really stay focused on the students and their experience of their own education in the district. And you know, connected to that, all the staff that is guiding that experience. Maybe the quote that popped in my head today is if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you.
Lindsay Henshaw, I'm at Roaring Fork High School. I feel good today. No specific time constraints. I think all the missing people have been named. I think it's similar to what Carv alluded to. I think like an issue is just like the number of pressures converging on staff and the impact of that. And just the idea of pressure and how much it takes to deal with multiple changes on multiple fronts. My expectation is that we will, I think short-term pressing issues feel heavy, but then we also balance that with looking long-term, so that we've just been thinking through like decisions and how they'll play out over a few years. And then a mantra that I've been working on this year, because I'm a classic over-explainer. I feel like I really have to try to make people understand where I'm coming from. Is let them be wrong. You know, it's just like people will sometimes misunderstand you, but like if you know that you're doing good things, you just can let that be, and not have to try to convince everybody.
My name is Heather Wilson. I am an SSM teacher at Crystal River Elementary School. I am doing fine. I don't have any time constraints. Issues and elephants, I guess. I am wondering, I'd like to know more about declining enrollment numbers, since if I have people in my building wanting to know what those numbers are, and if I think to some people, it's feeling that is becoming a bit of a scapegoat for some of our financial issues, and wondering like, is it hundreds of students and yeah, it's really having that much of an impact, or is this like, are we having declining enrollment? And it's not that many, but it's something that we can say, yeah, we're having declining enrollment, and so this is contributing to not having as much money. Expectations, I like how Carp said hopeful. I think, to be honest, and thinking about the people that I represent, like I really take this job really seriously as the IBB rep for my school. And I was walking around the last day before Christmas break telling people my bucket was empty. And it wasn't because of my job, which being an SSM teacher is really hard. But I love it. It was because of everything going on in the district. And I'm sure, like Anna, you know, and some of you that are dealing with this every day, I'm sure, I don't even know how you're sleeping. I hope you're sleeping okay. It's super stressful. It's really stressful for staff. And I was feeling like I was holding all of this for so many staff members that were coming to me, you know, with real worry. And Christmas break was good, and I'm trying to just keep that all in perspective, that like I'm part of a bigger group that is doing our best to support and get through this difficult time in our district. And that it's not just like completely up to me. I don't really have a mantra, just, you know, keep on keeping on. It's another day of paradise.
There you go.
That's what we say every day in SSM. Welcome to another day of paradise. So.
Thanks, Heather. I'm Alicia Grimes. I am a science teacher at Roaring Fork High School. As far as I'm doing as well as we can be doing, it's been hard with the cold temperatures and taking care of my canines, because it's just so cold in the morning, and that's normally when I take them, and so that's been kind of hard. Time constraints, it sounds like we have a natural one. I like that. Who is missing? We already said. Issues, elephants. I mean, I would echo everything that's been discussed. And it kind of goes with expectations too. It's just like, I really hope that we're very clear about the process, because I feel like that's as much important in this new way of doing IBB, where we met already once and then now we're meeting again. The process is just like really important, and is important, I feel like, to be collaborative, so. And then quote of the day. I tell my kids this a lot, I say, where your mind goes, energy flows, so. Just trying to keep it positive, you know, so if your mind's going negative, acknowledge and move into as much as you can into, you know, progress moving forward, so.
Hi, I'm Carlos Ruiz. I'm a fifth grade teacher at Riverview. How am I today? I'm super energized. At this time, I'm usually running and doing like 7 things at a time. So I feel like whatever. I don't have a time constraint today. Who's missing? I'm just glad I'm not missing this. Issues, I don't know, I think I represent like a part of the staff that is, you know, international teachers, and I would say that the impact of the financial crisis on that is something that I'm very interested in today. Expectations, I'm from Chile, I'm Latin American. I've been to a couple of IBB meetings with a different name in my own country a long time ago. I think the main expectation here today for me is to get a lot of things done. Latin Americans, we tend to talk a lot, and most of the time we don't get to any points in the end. But we have like awesome discussions, which is great, but at the end it's like, what do we have on paper? So hopefully that doesn't happen. And that is the expectation for today here. Quotation, I don't know, I have a quote this year in my classroom that is Socrates, which is question everything. That is something that I always try to tell my students, and that's something that I always do. So I think that's the one for me too.
I'm Stephanie West, I teach kinder at Silbrus as well as being RFDA Vice President. I don't know, I'm a little anxious today and I can't really name why. I love that we have a 4 o'clock stop. We're also missing Thad, who is our Uniserve rep, who had a long time to start, so he is rushing here as fast as he can, and he'll probably be about 11 when he pulls in. Issues and elephants. It's everything everybody said. Expectations. I'm hoping that we can discuss a few different new norms today, and maybe that will help the process a little bit. And I'm gonna say it's the IBB quote, go slow to go fast. And in this environment, I feel like if we rush things, we're not gonna know or see the long-term impact till it hits us. And I want us to be very mindful of what decisions we make and where it's gonna put us in 3 to 5 to 7 years even, and not be back in another financial crisis like this.
My name is Naya Asher. I'm the 4th grade at Riverview, and I'm also RSVA president. Like the 4 o'clock stop. Who is missing? Anna, is Christy supposed to be here today? She's not gonna make it. Okay, so she's another person who we would like to have her.
I was wondering.
When she's out, it's just the pressures that we have surrounding us. We all feel the same issue, the same element. Expectations that we split up into groups today and we start our work today. We get our interests decided, we decide what we're working on, we start work on it, and we get a schedule for now through March. That would be great. The quote I really like is a Picasso quote, and it's learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. And I like it because it's like you have to know what your constraints are. You gotta know what's happening. You gotta know everything before you can come up with creative solutions. And then you can think of creative solutions and break the rules, but break the mold. So I want to think about what are our constraints, what's going on, how can we think outside of that box? Get some creative solutions.
I'm Autumn Rivera, 6th grade science at Williamson's Middle. I'm doing good today. It was nice to have a little slower morning than normal. Time constraints, I don't have any. I agree with Heather about the enrollment. I know my teachers right now are really struggling with like certain middle schools in the district. Like we have 32 classes of 32, where there's other middle schools that have classes of 12, and just like, how does that really balance out? So that's been a big push I've heard from my teachers. So I'd love to just sort of have a conversation around that today. Expectations. I think I just am expecting us, like, this is a group I know that can do really good things. at our best, and so I'm hoping that we're able to keep doing that piece. And who's gonna do the flip that Lindsay shares, that's also, that's my 2025 mantra, so I can let them is a very life-changing experience for me, but I will share another one that I have in my classroom, which is we can do hard things, because my students always complain that it's hard, and I'm like, good, we can do hard things. So, I think for this group too, we have hard things, but we can.
Hi, I'm Lindsay DeFreitas. I'm a board director for one of the Glenwood districts, and I'm doing well today. We were here late last night, so I had about a 9-hour break of being outside of this building. And so I think just acknowledging that if you were involved in the meeting last night, or even those watching online who determinedly stayed on YouTube until very late, that maybe your brain needed a little bit more of a reset than it actually got. So be gentle with yourself. Time constraints, 4th grade for me. I got kids to pick up in Glenwood. I think who's missing has been covered. I was hoping to see Christy here as well. And then issues and elephants, I think just hearing what's been the other elephants, my elephant is now wherever there's not clear expectations or understanding of the purpose of time spent or where we are in any given process is really concerning to me. So I guess the elephant is finding a way to have better clarity around where we are in that conversation. One of the quotes that I live by in my personal, professional, and school life is that you can fix anything except a blank page. So when you're a writer, you have to put down a bad first draft every single time before you can make it better, and that applies in a lot of places, but the blank page is so intimidating that if you don't start something, you can't possibly make it better. So I think that applies here as well today. My expectation is just, as always, be patient with me if I ask dumb questions. So what I'm hoping for. Thanks for coming.
Anna Cole, superintendent. I'm doing fine. We have a lot of little fires burning. So I'm cognizant of that. Stacy's addressing one of those right now. Begonia's out with a family emergency for the foreseeable future. So just like that, feels a little unsettling. Jonathan's out for a family emergency. So we're a little shorthanded, so I'm aware of that. My phone's on, so I apologize for that distraction. Time constraints, have a staff Q&A at 4:15. Christy's not able to make it today. She had some pre-existing appointments and, I think and we'll probably talk about this, one of her key roles for the launch of IBB is that overview of the budget, and she needs time. She's moving mountains down there, and she really needs time. And so she's gonna spend what of this day she has to try to pull that together for that budget conversation that we're trying to get to by the end of January. I think that's the missing folks that I want to talk to you all. Issues and elephants, same as you all named. Yeah, and I think that uncertainty just feels heavy. Then I think expectations, maybe it's similar to the things you also named. I think, and I know that I expect that this team will push for clarity around process, which I think is helpful. And I would expect that we also approach those conversations with grace, because we are living in a world where we now have a labor relations committee, we have a contract, and the shape of this work might look different. And I don't know what that looks like, but I know that we're gonna figure it out together. But I just want to remind us that we are in a new space. So I expect that we would manage that clearly and generously. And also really, I expect that we would ground this in those really, I guess, principles at the heart of interest-based bargaining around collaboration and identifying shared interests and working towards solutions. I don't want us to get far from that. I think in my very limited viewpoint of this work, that has been at the core of IBB, and I don't want to see our work slip into positionality and adversarial approaches to problems. So I expect that we hold on to those things that have really worked in IBB in the past as we move through this new iteration. And then I would say a quote or mantra, I'm gonna mess it up, but it's right next to my bed and I look at it every day, and it's, so I should know, but it's something to the effect of, anyone can slay a dragon, but try waking up each morning and loving the world all over again. That's what takes a real hero.
Okay, you guys come up with a mantra or quote?
No, but I do wanna add an elephant.
Okay.
Which Anna discussed, but I do believe that the fact that Christie's not here is a problem, because for me. That says something about. I understand, I totally get she's got a lot of work and all that, but this is an important process, and when players aren't here for it, especially somebody who has such a big role to explain money, that is an essential part of this process. I'm just really concerned about how we can get our work done, and I'm wondering why why weren't things scheduled when she could be here, I guess. I think it speaks a little bit just about like what we need to do in the future to make sure that at the beginning of the year, we have defined this process. And like I said, at the big, one of my expectations today is just like, what are we doing? Because we've already started IBB in my mind, but now we're starting it again. And so like I think next year we need to be very clear about when we're starting and what we're doing, like at the beginning of the year, and our players are all informed and they've got the time set out for that. So I believe that's an elephant. I don't know if we need to belabor it, but I think it's something we make sure we keep on our minds. And I know we have other people who aren't here today too. I'm just thinking like Christy and Begonia too, like we're gonna have issues that are relating to their positions or, their roles, not their positions.
Thank you, Megan.
The fact is, no one can replace the things that Christie knows, and there's no one else that can, maybe a little bit, but not with her expertise.
It's a lot of resources going to giving us all this day and, all these subs. I don't know, my first thought was like, are we gonna still have this meeting? Like, but everybody plays a pivotal role. And I guess my thing with Christy is like, I haven't even met her. And I understand that like whatever she's doing work on a spreadsheet right now, that's a very important spreadsheet, but like the people, like I want her to be part of this team. And I guess more like I want her to want to be part of this team. And yeah, so I don't know her, and I would like to, and I would like her to know us.
Which wasn't at our first meeting either.
Yeah.
Okay. Jake, did you come?
Oh, no, I'm good. That's
Okay. My name is Rusty George. I'm your facilitator. I'm doing great today. We know who's missing. We've had some good dialogue there. I have no issues. Elephants. My expectations is that we will try to get out the best information we can for this group to try to answer some of these questions that are popping up, that everyone will contribute to the process and be open and we'll listen to understand, and that we'll be able to take today and move forward in a more positive way to help everybody feel like there's a specific goal that they can understand and move on with. I have a lot of little quotes that I have, but the one little thing that I found online saying fear kills more dreams than failure ever will. It seems like when I think about it, I know a lot of people that have little problems with fear and sometimes big anxiety stuff like don't want to drive over Red Mountain Pass or scared to make certain decisions in their life. And I remember back to the 90s, there was a advertising thing around a particular climber who was kind of the free solo guy at the time, and it said to have no fear. And my outdoor program took this and we changed that to having the concept of no fear. You really should know fear and understand what it is rather than saying there is no fear, because everybody has fear, and understanding how to work with that and deal with it. And I know those things happen to us every day. I mean, as a teacher, to me, sometimes walking in a certain class or a certain thing happens in the class, and now all of a sudden I feel a little scared and anxious. And so recognizing that and not letting it control us is, I think, a really important thing. All right, let's take a look at the agenda. So we're gonna have some updates from the LMC. And is it the LMC? I recall in September, we weren't sure what the name was gonna be.
Sure.
That's what you guys referred to in the agenda, so I'm like, okay, must be good there.
I apparently have not.
It's in a contract.
So, yeah,
Let me.
it's in the contract. And then we're gonna have a norms review and try and deal with some of those things around that process component. By doing that norms, we'll slip in a little break. And then the concept is to work towards developing the interests for the group to work on. And I know that one thing I'm curious about is how does the collective bargaining contract affect that? Because I've read through it all and seen how things are laid out there. And so how's the group going to work with those things? And then have our lunch, once we get all the story laid out and we've solidified those interests that we want to work on. Next days, then we'll create committees and schedule dates for those committees and begin some work around those committee things. And then we'll check out at 3:45 because we know we're going to be out here at 4 o'clock.
Does everyone have, this is also a document, I'll add notes to it, does everyone have the link to that?
Jacob gave it to me.
Okay, fabulous. Does everyone else have it?
There's that shared drive or shared.
Is that shared drive? Which one are we working under?
It's whole group IBB meetings.
Got it.
In regards to that, who'll be taking notes today for us?
Nina usually likes to take notes at the bottom and I help her.
Yeah, okay, that's what I assumed, just want to make sure. So that's an important thing to do, to go back and review those whole meeting notes and things to kind of keep your brain locked in on what is going on. And on that document, there's a lot more filled in. I didn't want to fill in every single thing, so this was just sort of the overflow of what the day will be like. Okay, has everybody got that folder? Right. Would you like me to put the norms up since I'm plugged in? Or would you like to take over on Apple TV, somebody to put norms up?
Let's start with our labor management.
That's right, sorry, norms are after, my apologies. Would you like me to put up that?
Do you have a slide for it?
I don't have a slide for it, you just had that one.
Yeah, we just have that. Anna, do you want to share with some successes?
Sure, so we're, it is labor management in the contract.
Cool.
I'm messing it up. So mostly that has been Nina, Stephanie, Lindsay and I meeting about monthly. We are now locked in on a consistent Tuesday afternoon for labor management committee. And we recognize our last meeting that actually per contract, we have to boost that and participation up a little bit because it's supposed to be like a 4x4 team. So I think it's Thad that's gonna join us and then one other RCEA member and then Stacy Parker Begonia Platt will join regularly. Starting in February. So that team has created the kind of goal, I think, was that team would be managing and monitoring the implementation of our agreements. And trying to address things that can be course corrected immediately without having to wait for the full IBB to make adjustments or identify issues. And so it takes the form of kind of updates and what are we hearing and what are the concerns and how can we problem solve that. I would say we were just wanting to kind of report to you all on how it's going, and I think some of the successes I would say include some of the accountability components and the push on getting that HR survey out. It's deeply connected to our strategic plan around operational excellence. We've heard concerns from staff around HR support and part of what led to operational excellence being a priority for the district. But we have been hearing and talking about really specific concerns about that department in terms of information and response times and those sorts of pieces. So you all, I would say that labor management committee had a strong push around accountability for like, hey, when is that survey coming out? Are we gonna see it? What's it gonna look like? So I really appreciated that push and keeping that at the forefront to make sure that that got out and that now we're, I think the survey's closed and we're now in this piece of kind of supporting that team to look at those findings, identify next steps, report back to everyone on what they heard, what they learned, and what they're gonna do about it. I think that's the success of that group. I would say that, you know, this fall felt really rushed with the decisions around a pivot out of self-insurance into CEBT, and I think the conversations that happened through Labor Management Committee were really helpful in trying to kind of salvage that process as it was happening very quickly, and again, course correct. I think some of the concrete changes that came from that conversation were, as that Health Insurance Committee was forming, to really push on the structure of that, to advocate for more than 2 members from each IBB group. Yeah, aligning, ensuring, I think that was where we were moving fast on the insurance committee to get employee voice, but needing to like, hey, let's make sure we slow this down and make this work happen in parallel process with the commitments through the collaborative bargaining agreement. Anything else in terms of successes or updates?
Well, we talked about, we now have a set date, but it was really challenging to get that due to principal pushback of us being out of our classrooms, even though the contract says we have 10 days built in to be out of our classrooms. So I think that that's something we've talked about really looking at next year and making sure we're able to use those days to meet appropriately within our contract hours instead of continuously late into the afternoon and evenings to make those meetings work.
And then also expanding, making sure that we have a 4x4 team, because it's really just been the 3 of us and Lindsay's now on it, so. I think we need to bring in our RCA membership and also some key players from the district, so we're having better conversations.
And I do think one of the cool things, and then we wanted to just open it up to hear recommendations and suggestions from all of you. One of the really cool things, and we've done this same, it's not called labor management, but it's a 4x3 or a leadership team for classified and admin IBB. And one of the nice things about that space, I feel like, is sometimes when issues are coming up, it's enabled us to address them a little more quickly, or when we see pockets of like, hey, this is not being implemented at this school, can we follow up a little bit? It's just, I think it's been a nice forum to put some pressure on the implementation of our agreements. So I'm optimistic that I think that that's a tool that I look forward to us continuing to leverage to make sure across the board that things are working the way we established that they should be working.
Yeah, and then we wanted to hear recommendations and questions from everyone else.
This is a little process question. I would love, I don't know if we can amend the contract, but I would love for it to be. I don't think that you guys are really learning, like, we need more people in the room. And if that could be written in, if there's, you know, for admin, for whatever, like somehow that's like captured. Because
in the contract.
it is in the contract that many people are.
Mine's just, what you guys are doing is, I'm sure wonderful work, but I feel like it's not easy to find. And maybe I'm just ignorant, but I don't know where to find what you're doing. And I wish it was in a place that was visible and easy to access. Shared drives are confusing sometimes, or people are like, where do I go? And like, I'd like to see that somewhere. My suggestion.
Jacob.
Yeah, maybe like, I think that's a great idea, or just after a meeting, like a very short email to like maybe IBD or something, that says like, we met and we talked about this, this and this, and I would have more of an idea of like what is happening. Cause yeah, finding a document in a shared drive and then like scrolling down to the date and being like, what did they talk about? Isn't very convenient. So just an update, like weekly updates, your meeting weekly.
Monthly, but yeah.
Or monthly, yeah, sorry.
Alicia.
I was thinking maybe we could do like a Google form for suggested topics for the labor committee. Similar to what they used to do with SAC. They used to do like a survey before the superintendent committee met, where it's like, how are things at your school, like, we're gonna meet this day, what would you like to talk about at that meeting? Just so that it's a little more staff driven or input driven, based on what the needs are of the community.
Megan?
If you do consider something like a Google form or whatever, I do think there needs to be like specific things that do and don't get addressed, because this is not a SAC meeting.
Exactly.
So, you know, it should be things that are related to the contract. And so I would hate for you guys to have to sort through these things like, oh, you know, my principal is doing this, or, you know, it's not really the contract, or, you know, I don't know, whatever. Like, it would have to be specific to the scope of your work to make it not be a problem for you.
One of the challenges that can pop up when you start putting out those, if you just put it out to this group, that's one thing. If you put it out to everybody, and a lot of people want that to be anonymous, and then how do they know that you ever read what they said? That can be a challenging thing. And as you say, some things are gonna fit here and some things are not. So I know for one of the groups I work with, they have a Google form. And then I think every other meeting or so, somebody brings up, here's things that were there, here's where they're gonna go. And they get shipped off the things outside of the group if they don't belong in the group. And then they stay within the group if it's something for the group to do. But it's hard for the staff to know if they actually got to that at all. And one district, I don't know what you guys do, but they have a common message after every meeting that they send out to all of the people in the district. So they know in general what was accomplished at any particular meeting. And they're usually very generalized, but it's enough to give a somewhat for that small number that read them.
I just want to say, I first of all really appreciate, wait, what is 4x4? What is it?
Four people from each.
Okay,
of the.
okay. I really appreciate the work that you all are doing, and I know that it takes a lot of time, and it's important. I guess like the one point that I wanted to bring up, and this is where I'm looking for clarity today, is how all of these processes fit together and overlap. Like in the past, we would come together in the fall, we would make interests, and we would make these committees to work on those interests. And this fall, we were like, well, we have a contract, so we don't need committees to work on our interests, but let's form this committee and let's form this committee. And so it's like, I guess that's sort of how I'm, like, the model that's forming in my mind that I don't like is that like IBB is becoming this like extra thing that everybody has to do. Even though it seems like kind of a pain in the butt, and like, why, you know, and I don't want that to be it. I want us to be helping. I want us to be essential and part of the solution, not like an extra. So I don't know if that's just my perception or whatever, but I just like, yeah, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I kind of wanted to be a part of this process instead of its own thing.
Yes.
Just to kind of respond, I think what you're naming is a question that I've had and that a lot of people involved in this year's process have had, and that is where is the overlap between contract and IBB? And I do think that a lot of growth has happened in clarifying that. But this year is probably gonna feel a little bit messy because we're working with tools and groups and organizations that haven't been a part of this process traditionally with the contract in place. So, yeah, identifying the concern that you feel like is being shifted out of like the central decision-making process is really important to identify and move forward with, but also just the great that if that's happening, I can promise it's not intentional. I think it's a matter of working out how these conversations inform each other. And
where do we draw the boundaries between those? Knowing that the contract has a certain list of guarantees within it that can be negotiated and looked at through MOUs each year, so IBB process is not excluded from that. And then the focus on insurance. So yeah, I think this year has been kind of messy in exactly the way you just identified.
Thanks. Heather?
And I think too, with discussing the overlap. Like just looking at the contract and reading on page 6 and 7, the description of the committee. How does it overlap with IBB? Thinking about what you said, Megan, like if we send out a Google form, we want it to be specific around the scope of their work. But then also, like when we survey the staff, where does staff voice come into this process? Like, people are bringing, you know, some contract language and very minor things that I haven't brought up yet. For example, on the listing of the stipend for IEP meeting pay, it does not, it says general education teacher, it does not say ELD teacher. So I think there's an understanding that ELD teachers are included in that, but somehow that language was removed. It was there at one point, so you know, if there's like someone completely new to the district, it's like one of those things that kind of gets lost, and then it's like, oh, it doesn't say ELD teacher, so, you know. So I'm just thinking about how the people that I represent, how their voices are heard, what's the best way. If there's a Google form, that's great. What's my role? You know, they feel like they can come to me. And then should I be filling out the Google form? And I'm just throwing like, just connecting it all and making sure that we have, that people understand the proper channel to get their voices heard.
To address a little bit of that, we have been much better about holding ARs accountable this year for being a part of the process. And we have a monthly meeting with them, which we've heard about the IBB situation in terms of how many teachers can be there, because it says 1, but if he requires 2 or the ELD teacher. So those are within the contract of like, oh, we didn't do that well, we've got it. So we have a running list of things that we bring to Anna, or Anna brings to us that she's heard, and we're like, okay, when we go back to the contract in 2 years, we got to work on this language, like keeping track of all of that right now. So
Okay.
I will say, and some IBB reps reach out to us, yeah, we gotta have a better way, whether it's a Google form, but we started with trying to take something off of the IBB teachers' plates by holding ARs more accountable of like, you need to be talking to your staff, you need to be having these meetings every month, you need to be asking what's going around. And if they're coming to you, you need to be keeping track of it, and you need to communicate to Nina and I, so we can communicate to Anna if we see a pattern. And the IEP one is a big one that we've seen and heard and had conversations about the verbiage in the contract.
I think it would be helpful, like, we said, like, sending out updates, just so you guys can see that, like, someone did bring up the IEP. We have been working about it, we've been talking about it. Going through like, what is that language, how are we gonna deal with it this year? How are we gonna change it in the contract? But I think part of that is our communication to you all, and I also think maybe to the whole staff as well. And letting everyone know, like, hey, this concern about IEPs was brought up, it's in the contract, this is how we're dealing with it. And so maybe it's not just communication to all of us here, but also to other people. And then maybe
Like
we'll
to
get
everyone.
to everyone.
Yeah.
And then we'll get other people who are like, oh, I also have that question about IEPs. And to help refine our process. So I think that's a good point, Heather. Thank you.
Lindsay?
Dr. Cole, not to put you on the spot here. Could you maybe just rip on for a minute the line that you see between
the Labor Relations Committee and IBB, like which decisions, where do you recognize something moving from our small committee, which is checking in on the progress, the contract and its implementation, taking these long-term notes to improve it in the future, the next go round, versus this is an IBB conversation. Can you maybe describe that and then maybe highlight it? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Adam, I'm so glad you brought this up, because it's funny, once you said that, I was like, yeah, I think there's a vision of the last 12 months. It feels like the power of IBB has been split into different committees and contracts and groups. And now I definitely feel the sentiment of there are certain things that, don't go here, they go there, they don't come there, they go here. And I think that I'm just glad you named it, because that really resonated with me, and it's part of trying to answer your question, Lindsay. And so I would say that, I mean, to me, the purpose of the Labor Management Committee is to make sure that we're implementing the contract with fidelity, and that the agreements that have come out of IBB are being monitored and appropriately implemented. And also, I would say it's the group that's structured today. Like, and so I think it's also the group that's trying to name when does IBB meet and what are we working on, and how and when, and we talk through that. And so I see it as the team that's building the architecture of IBB meetings and what that's gonna look like, as well as managing the implementation. But I do feel like I think that characterization feels appropriate. Like, it's been, like, I've definitely tried to wrap my head around, even the forming of the contract wasn't a committee, and it wasn't a interest-based process, it was a positional process to develop the committee or the contract, and so that also feels different than IBB. I don't know, like, I'm sitting with that, so I'm glad we name it. I think that's part of this iteration, and then I'll be honest, like, and then we layer on, and I'm trying to balance and make sure that classified has a formal process, and that feels like they have a voice at the table as a very large employee group with really different and interesting needs. So I think there's layers of complexity that I think we've added. But that's how I see it. I don't know 9 and 7.
Yeah, I see it similarly. I think when we started writing the contract, something that Ben kept bringing up was like, this is like the executive branch. This is how we're implementing it, how we're going through. IBB is the legislative branch. I'm like, this is where the power in making decisions is this IBB group. The Labor Management Committee is just focused on, is it being implemented? Are there issues with it? Is it unclear? And then can we solve that problem now, or do we need to wait until the next contract? And we just have a huge list of notes of like, next time we do the contract, here are things that we need to hit on. It also replaces the monthly superintendent meeting with RFCEA, so you kind of have combined both of those, and it feels like a more appropriate way to be communicating with the superintendent and RFCEA, because it is really based in the contract. It's like really based in something tangible that we can discuss and we can work together on, versus just a myriad of issues that we could be bringing up to Anna. It really narrows the scope of what we discussed, those meetings.
Other comments in relation to this? Yes.
If you're allowed to do this in IBB, but can you guys do this at 5 on how well you understand that difference based on what you just heard? Because I'm interested in just like, what's the one. So 5 is like, I could summarize the operations of both of these committees and IBB, of labor management and IBB, clearly on paper right now in my own words. 0 is, I'm still out and I don't feel comfortable, and then wherever you are in between, is that what they ask?
Sure.
Just
Get a temperature check of the room.
Yeah. But where are we at? Be honest.
Want to have clarity on what your
5 is
this is
clarity,
5.
and then somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, you gave us a middle option, Lindsay.
Oh, sorry, because I said 0, right? Oops. Thank you.
So it feels like nobody's in the complete dark, but that there's still areas. And, you know, this is a whole new world operating around this collective bargaining contract and how that affects things. So I would expect that it's normal to feel somewhat unstable with that until you get it rolling. Yes.
And I think it's gonna feel uncomfortable this year, like, I think it's maybe gonna feel uncomfortable next year until we figure. Till it becomes the new norm, because it hasn't been the new norm forever, so.
So I do a lot of compartmentalizing, and I have like this mental like shelf with lots of boxes on it. Over here in my mind, so that I just put into a box. Like I get that, but. If that's the definition of that. There are other things that are floating around out here, like what Adam and Anna was talking about, like, yeah, I can sit with that. But then, like, I'm still unsure about the IBB process, really. I'm still unsure about like some of these other like divisions of like what felt like was all managed by IBB in the past. So. But you asked just about that, so I understand just that. But not everything.
Yeah, and I'm getting clarity on it too, and I'm also okay with not understanding for a while it sort of redefines itself, you know. And I said this in our meeting, at the beginning of the year, we said, okay, we have a contract now, so the role of this is gonna change, so let's not do it the way we've always done it. See what happens, and then what happened was we made other committees that did that work instead, and I think if I could go back, I would have been like, okay, we have a contract now, we don't know how this is gonna work, so let's just do it. And see what happens, instead of not do it and see what happens, like we stopped the IBB process in the fall. And I feel like if we had just done our interests and then see how that falls in with the contract. And maybe that's what we're doing today, maybe we're restarting it, I'm not quite sure, because I haven't been in those meetings. So that's, I'm okay with the discomfort temporarily. I don't really know why I'm here right now, I don't know what my role is, because I'm not on that committee. I'm not on any committee, and so. Yeah, and I'm okay with like.
Give him a job.
My move is always like, I wanna go where I'm needed most, and I feel like right now I'm needed most in my classroom. But that's okay, like I'm cool with that for a little while, until it gets sorted out. So, yeah, I mean, and I do value this group, and I value the people, and I value the work that we have done. And I hope that like I find value in it.
The one thing I'm not clear on is, I understand the labor management committee to be like a trickle up committee based on things that previously might have been employee grievances, a way to sort of address them without going that route. So it's based on what individual teachers are experiencing in schools. When hearing that the labor management committee is responsible for like setting the scope of the IBB, this big whole group committee sounds different to me than what my previous knowledge is. And I think because I'm not on the labor management committee, but I am on this whole group committee, I feel the same ambiguity that a lot of you guys feel. And as an IBB member, I would like to be involved in the discussion of setting the scope and the schedule of this whole group process.
I agree with you on that. I'm gonna also say in previous years, teachers had no say in the schedule or what the agenda was. It was just told to us. So this feels like a little step in teachers having a voice, but I like the push for a bigger step. Because we just received the schedule, the agenda. Yeah,
Collaboration.
So I like the idea for more of a push, but it feels like it was a bite-sized push this year that we had, that we sat with Anna and wrote the agenda together, because that's never happened.
Step in the right direction.
But thank you for the bigger push.
While we have a quick pause, I'd like to check Molly in, so that she can get checked in. I'll let you finish here. I'll let you finish that while I shift screens here to help you out with the check-in. I think that might be helpful just to. For our check-in, we put your name, your position in the district, how you doing today, any time constraints, we know who's missing, any issues off your expectations. Question of the day, if you have something, it doesn't have to be an exact quote, but a quote or a mantra that inspires you in your daily life.
Sorry. I'm Molly Tiernan. I am the dean at Salt Middle School. I am doing pretty well today. I just got the rest of the day covered before I came here, so I don't have any major time constraints. I have to step out for a couple of phone calls. Who's missing? I know the issues and elephants have already been named. It's on the notes. And an expectation is just that. I don't want to cry because this is very intense and I appreciate you all. But I really, my expectation is that we all keep working with a positive presupposition that we are here for our kids and that we are all doing the very best we can to represent our area. Because this is really, really hard for everybody. And we're all here because we're trying to take care of all the people we work with on behalf of our students. So,
Okay, thank you. Right, any other leadership updates that we need to look at?
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I mean, would it help to talk through the agenda a little bit? I would like to just dive in and let's get going. I we can see the agenda. Okay. Right? Does that feel clear enough to folks? And I mean, I feel like there's so much, all this uncertainty that we're like, how are we doing this? Like, let's start doing it and then figure it out as, okay, maybe this isn't the right place to talk about it. I think we should be up. Like if something comes up that we're saying, okay, maybe this isn't right, then we need to say that, but. In order to be productive, we do need to get to work. And I love that you guys have an agenda, so. I mean, is there anything on there that you want to clarify?
I guess one of my only pushes would be, I guess. Could we add a moment to huddle in caucus prior to story and interest creation? Just so that our team can get aligned, and I will name that is not pre-work that we did from the admin side. So would maybe appreciate a 15-minute breakout if that's possible before we jump into that.
We're okay with that.
That works. So maybe after the norms discussion.
Yeah.
We can bunker norms in 10 minutes. Then we can still stay on the schedule.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
And I'm wondering too, though, it sounds like there's some procedural things too, beyond just a norm that might need to be figured out. In other words, a norm to me is what we're doing in this meeting. And then there may be some larger scale things that will work out as we proceed along.
And just a little bit to that, Rusty, I was wondering, like, it would maybe help me a little bit if somebody could give a overview on, like, as we're looking at our interests and what it is that we're hoping to do, can we like sort of somebody summarize, like, this is in the CDC,
So that's non-interest that we should be talking about, like, are there things now because of the CBC that these aren't our interest to be talking about? And can somebody sort of summarize that for me?
You want, right now, you want that summarized?
Well, I'm just thinking if we're going to break into groups and talk about what it is that we're bringing up as our interests, are there things that we're saying because of the CBC, those are not things that are the purview of IBB because they're now in the CBC.
The things in the CBC could technically be part of this because there's a process in the CBC for adjustments, through the MOU. I mean, our hope in creating the CBC was that most of the issues in there are gonna just lie for 3 years, we're gonna let them be in there, but we thought if there were small tweaks, that would be something to address through the MOU, that was our hope. But if we had a huge change that we felt needed to be done, but we have to agree together that that's something to bring forward, so I don't think if it was something that one group wanted to bring, you wouldn't know if we agreed to it if you didn't bring it.
Right.
I guess my question on that, like, salaries.
Salaries is to be adjusted, that
Every
is
year, every
built in.
Right, it's built in, but
Yeah.
that is through,
IBB, not through an MOU.
it's through the IBB process.
Mhm.
It's
But it
built.
says contract, salaries and health benefits are adjusted every year.
Okay,
Other things that are specifically listed in the CPC, like Kendall has been talking about PTO, like if your group wanted to bring PTO, then bring PTO, and then we would decide if that's something together that we want to accept as work or not. If we want to say whether it's gonna wait 3 years, 2 years, 4 years.
thank you. Okay,
So I'd just like to say, this is where I'm trying to clarify my understanding. This is where I see an overlap of the LMC and IBB, that we're IBB and we're going to tell a story and talk about interests, and some of those could potentially lead to an MOU. And the work that you guys do could also potentially lead to an MOU.
We would have to bring it to IBB for it to lead to that.
Okay,
Yeah, we cannot decide that by ourselves.
okay, just.
And we wouldn't, our plan is not to bring those things, we kind of just have a list and we would bring those later, when we do the contract,
Got it. But there is the potential that there could be a bigger thing
Yeah, and if we.
that
felt
arises from your conversation that you're like, hey,
Yeah. And I think
IBB needs to look at this. So I'm just, as
And then
I
we would bring it to
gain
this.
glimmers of understanding, I just need to like say it out loud.
I'm glad you are, because I think it helps
Okay,
clarity for
thank you.
everyone. Like, if there are big things that the LMC finds, then we would bring it to this process.
Yeah.
We do not solve it on our own.
Okay.
If it needs to be amended by an MOU or in the contract. And we've already found language, like I can tell you, like, the IEP thing, there's missing language in there.
Yep. Got it. Thank you.
so I want to take a moment and just look at these norms of how we'll operate in our sessions together and see if we need to add anything, remove anything, explain anything. I'm not sure if there's another one hiding down there. Yes, Nina.
Okay, so here's another example of something we talked about in LCO. And then we're bringing it to you guys. We talked about some norms that we would like to see, just to help us work better. Small groups, I feel like. Oh, sometimes our work gets really caught up in our small groups, and we wanted to establish some norms around that. About how we create solutions. We feel that meaning Stephanie and I, feel that it would be really important more. That we like, don't say no during solution brainstorming times. I think we come into a lot of like walls when. People start shooting down ideas during the small groups, solution brainstorming time. Ideas get shut down, we would like to propose a norm that's. if you have a problem with a solution, don't shoot it down, but to say, to make an addition onto it, to change some words into it, come up with an alternative suggestion, make the idea better instead of just shutting it down completely. That's one norm that we kind of discussed. We would like to propose to you guys.
How did you articulate that in your small group? Like, what did you write?
I said, you can't say no, but if it's a no, come back with an add-on or alternative suggestion. And we can figure out how to wordsmith.
Yes, and or that is.
Yes, it's a yes and. Or a yes,
And is this during brainstorming?
yes.
Per
During
se
the-
or not just
In
in
the-
general?
In the small
In the small
groups,
group.
those small groups.
We feel like a lot of ideas are being shut down in small group. And we're not getting anywhere on topics for years and years and years because they're being shut down. As opposed to bringing them back to the larger group with a list of ideas and then having that collective entity go through them and be like, oh, well, what about this or what about that? But when they're already shut down and they're not allowed to even come into this larger group, we're not making headway.
Okay, Kendall?
I feel like that's covered by suspense certainty. And I feel, I sound certain about saying that, which I shouldn't do, I guess, but that feels like it's there between listen to understand and suspense certainty, that feels somewhat covered.
It
If we
hasn't
just,
been
if,
been followed. And so I think rewording it might help with our understanding of. Was our thought on this yes and idea.
So I would make an assumption that if this is an interest-based bargaining team, that when you meet in small groups, you would follow the interest-based process around a particular interest that you have, whatever it is for your committee, the charge. The first thing you're gonna do is tell story about that to get all the information you can. Then you should share your motivations around trying to solve that problem. Then when you get to the options component and there is brainstorming, one of the key components of interest-based bargaining is not to shut down or judge any of those while the options are going. That the options are just given, it's when you reach evaluation time. Now you begin to analyze those things based on your interests. And so it sounds like there's a desire to solidify that concept within the process.
Like I see it as a process thing too, and it's really about separating those steps of like, we're generating ideas right now. And now we're evaluating ideas. Like I also sometimes get tripped up on the opposite thing when like somebody says, hey, we should do this. And then everyone's like, yeah, we should, without, I'm like, no, we're generating ideas. Like, don't shoot them down and don't also like pick one until you have thought about like all the possibilities. So I feel like it's a process thing. And that you gotta really separate those steps, like right now we're generating, then we're gonna evaluate, then we're gonna act, yeah. And I'm not quite sure where that comes from.
after observing, it was October was for September, whenever it was my first IBB meeting, and the norm that I feel like is missing up there is something about balancing voice, or if we're gonna do this, respecting this silly thing. It's frustrating when you're sitting there and it's not being respected.
Well, that's my role as a facilitator too, to make sure that we stick with the cards. And I'll just continue to work to be very assertive in that process. And if you feel like you're being missed. But it is hard sometimes to jump in when somebody just real quickly says something. And so it is important that everybody recognizes that each person has a voice and you have to honor that voice. And my suggestion to you, if something pops into your head, that you write that down. Because oftentimes we jump in because it just pops something into our heads and we want to throw it in there. So I will work hard to do that. If everybody can. So is there some way we could write that as a norm that we respect voice of each
I think it would
person?
go also like to what people have been saying, like respect the process, maybe. If the process is to bring the ideas to the whole group, then that would also cover that.
So just something simple, respect the process. Respect and follow the process. Yes, I'm sorry. Brain. Heather,
It was Lindsay first.
okay, Lindsay.
I would just see if I understood. Last year was my first year on IBB. I was on a small committee that worked with special education interests. We did brainstorm a lot of solutions and then we spent a lot of time trying to figure out the impact of them. When we brought it back to the group, we had, I feel like, and Heather is gonna talk next, so she can correct me if I miss something. I feel like we did bring all of the ideas back to the group, but we recommended some and didn't recommend some. Is that appropriate? Because we did a lot of work to evaluate, like, this is an idea, but we're concerned it might have its implications.
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
So is that, okay, because we do still like judge or evaluate the ideas before we bring them here.
Yeah,
Okay, but it's just making sure they all come back still, okay. That's what I wanted to know.
I mean, I guess maybe it's a little bit of an elephant, but I just want to kind of name that it's my understanding that where this is coming from about not shutting down ideas is that in some groups, you know, we are teachers, there's a hierarchy still, like we're equals in this group, but there is a hierarchy, like our superintendent is here, you know? Our principals are here. And so within small group work, and I'm not saying that I don't have respect for those people, but I think that in the past, there have been executive team members that are still in that role in their small group and are like shutting down ideas. Because that's usually their job, to say, well, this is the policy, or this is the procedure, this is how we do it. So, I mean, I might be wrong in my understanding, that's what I thought this came from. So I just wanted to name that. This is I like the feeling in this group and kind of the agreement that we all have equal voice. And that's a really important part of what we're trying to say here about not shutting down ideas in small groups. And then if we add a norm about respecting and following the process, I do want, I mean, that's if we understand the process, right? So, let's just make sure that we also are willing to listen to reminders from any of us, like, it's all the process and the process is. Thanks.
Thank you, Autumn.
Can we just add a norm that says respect all voices are equal or something like that? Like, I think that could be something that's. Because I do agree that I've sat in many a subcommittee meeting where ideas are thrown out and certain and it's not always admin, but a lot of times it is, there's this power of like, no, that won't work, no, that won't work, no, that won't work.
Tell I'm not spending much time typing. I don't type much at all, so it's funny. Yeah. Sorry, Keith.
That's right.
Thank you.
Do we want to just put in parentheses after suspend certainty, put yes and after that?
So in parentheses, yes, and
By the suspect.
this one here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. That's why I'm not scribing. Okay, anything else? Feel good? Yes, ma'am.
Can I just clarify? This is super helpful, so. We agree on interests, we assign committees, they go through the process of. Reaffirm, like when they're in their small groups, interest, story, motivations, options, brainstorming. Am I correct that then the small group does some initial analysis, because if the small group's like, yeah, let's pull that idea off, let's pull that one off, or ooh, this one we're not all aligned on, but let's still. But that's okay. Is then the expectation that when the straw committee comes back to the larger group and shares their options, they might share, hey, our evaluation analysis was, we all supported this option, we were pretty mixed on this one, but wanted to bring forward for further discussion. And then am I correct that, then they're done with their work, and then the larger committee is now going through an additional evaluation analysis process? Is that correct?
It could work that way. If there was time, it could then be given back to that straw committee to work some more to revise things in some way. If the whole group brings up some things that were not really thought of much and there's time, straw committee goes back and works on that and then brings a further recommendation. So the team is trusting that the straw committee is following the IBB process within their group, and we're focusing it so that that committee can take on a burden of work, that they could even get some outside information if needed. And then they build a recommendation that they bring to the whole team, and then the whole team can say, that looks awesome. Or the whole team may say, hey, we need a lot more work around this. We may need to run story and interest through the whole team, potentially.
Okay.
Okay, so we want to do thumbs on the norms. All right, so we're all good on the norms now. Okay, in the agenda, I said that we would have a little break around 9:45ish, so we're just a little bit past that. Stacy, you want to check in now or when we come back from break?
Oh, now that's a minute. Sorry, can you remember the question?
Yeah, let me just flip over here real quick.
Great. Good morning, Stacy Park, Assistant Superintendent Chief Academic Officer. I'm okay today. Been a late board meeting last night and then here, but I'm grateful to be here in the space. It's also cold, but I'm glad that it's warmer. It's very cold upstairs. I have a quick meeting at 10:30. I apologize. I had a crisis this morning, which is why I was out for the first part of this morning. I think we named who's missing. And it sounds like most of there's she's an elephant's named in terms of the norms. One elephant, sorry, this is so minor. Can I go in and put like commas and stuff in the norms? Like, yes, and just little tiny things. I won't change anything.
Yeah, if that's okay with you guys. It's something that we can all see. And
Yes.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
mantra that inspires you. Yeah, anytime we call that up.
That's okay.
I will make out my way to the break.
That's okay. All right, so what we could do is take a break and then immediately after the break, go into your caucus time.
Yeah.
And that's a time where you would share, are there particular issues or interests that may need to be dealt with in relation to the contract? And clearly, compensation and benefits are going to be a part of the process, because that's something that you are negotiating every year. Okay, yeah.
Clarification, are we combining break and caucus into like one, or is it break? Then we come back into this room, caucus, and then come back together?
Combo.
Yeah, we break and then, yeah, so,
Break and caucus.
yeah, so right now it's 10, so let's say at 10:10, you guys move to where you caucus with the admin, like the caucus over there, a little smaller space. Okay, great, so at 10:10, you'll be meeting with caucus admin there, association here.
Great question. Let's stop the video. I found that.
Some places now.
Okay. So now's where we would get to the place that this group is comfortable with, interest development. Me, though, not being comfortable, just kind of making sure that you guys sort of guide how we roll through each one of these, that we'll deal with. But my understanding is each group will present something. And then are we gonna have story around that something, or will we decide maybe right off the bat, yes, that's a topic we want to deal with? What's kind of the process, how you'd like to go?
And produce our interest and the story around it.
Okay.
Anna, what do you think?
The stream back on?
Yep, I started to think.
And as you present some story, it'll be that the group has put together, or will we go around the table?
Yeah, so we'll present, like I can say the interest and then we can just go around, do a round robin, however
Okay,
many times if you don't have something to say in your past. Anna, does that feel good for your team?
and so let's remember when we're sharing story, the goal is to get out the what, all the information around it. And that you're trying to focus on describing, communicating and describing what's going on and not pointing fingers. So you're really trying to focus on that. And then thinking about focusing on the issue and not people, kind of the basic concept around sharing story. And we want to make sure we get everything scribed and on. So, you know, if you're gonna have to wonder a little bit, then you might say, okay, hang on a second while I wonder, and then land the plane with the real things you want to say. So we make sure we get those in our story for each thing. Okay.
And wanna your first interest? We can start with you guys. Sure.
We have an interest in consistency and continuity around the learning environment for students.
I have a clarifying question to understand that interest, what you're sharing story around. Yeah.
Is this specifically around the like physical learning space, the humans in the room, all of it? I guess is my question on that piece.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's particularly around the humans.
Do we jump to the story at this point? Do we-
Yeah, if everybody understands what the actual interest is here, just making sure there's some clarity there so people know what aspect of the story they might be able to share.
I guess I have a process question real quick.
Okay, 1 second. Heather first and then you have.
Which humans? All of them, the students and the teachers?
Particularly around the adults.
Okay.
Okay.
So I guess my only question is if we are gonna discuss the interest and then the story around each interest. We don't know how many there are, so we don't know how long we have for each.
That was my question about it early on was.
So like another way we could do it is just throw the interests down and then talk story, just like, I don't know, because maybe there are 12 interests.
Thank you. I think it'd be really good to see what the list of interest is so that we can then understand how long we're spending, because we're trying not to go all day.
Is that okay with you guys if we just list them first and then we go through the story? Okay.
Our interest is in creating a competitive full package of salary and benefits.
And have another, or is there another one from?
Yeah, we
this?
just have two. So our second one is around clarifying and supporting certified staff role, certified staff's role in directing and providing feedback to classified staff who are working in their classrooms. In particular paraprofessionals, and so what the role and responsibilities are of those certified staff in order to maximize student learning and inclusion, but also staff, both sides staff's clarity and well-being in that relationship. Sorry, it's a little complicated.
Do you feel like that captures it?
Yeah, and I guess a bigger goal is like. So that's not stressful to the adults, and so that it's a positive learning environment for the kids. Like, that's really what we're trying to capture, like. People are doing it, but how do we improve it so that it's not a strain on relationships or, how can we not give them, sorry.
Okay.
You got it, you got it.
Okay. We can amend it. I'll do that through story.
Oh, we have one more, right?
No, okay, never mind.
You're done.
Can I ask a clarifying question of the? Is that specifically in regards to like, for example, I have parents that come into my room, would it be me giving feedback or would it be the special education who oversees them giving the
It's
feedback
both.
or all of it?
So it's like,
Okay.
what's your role as a, how do we support you when you have another, like, what is your role with that classified person in there, and then what is also the maybe supervising special education teachers role, and then what should admin or other people be doing as well? To make sure that we're supporting everybody effectively.
And so, just as somebody that's also kind of trying to understand with the CBC now, we know that the compensation is definitely one of the key things. These other two things that the district has asked about, are those things that have some sort of a fit in the collective bargaining contract, or they outside of, kind of what's the goal of those interests?
We try not to get too much into solution ideas around interest one, but some of the solutions that I've been thinking about and talking to elementary leaders about are CBC related, but there are some that are outside of the CBC for sure.
We're all good. We want to go ahead and start with the first one that was presented and share a story around it. And the goal here is to agree on what the team is going to work on, right? Okay. Would somebody like to start story around consistency and continuity around the learning environment for students?
I can start because I
Okay.
want to clarify the interest. I know that admin have talked a lot about the impact of finding subs right now, the impact of coverage. It's the number one reason I will quit my job every day, is that 6 a.m. text. And it's not, I really want people to be able to take their days and take care of themselves, and it's balancing the impact of making sure teachers can take care of themselves, making sure teachers can have professional development, trying to have that professional development not happen during the work week. And also having subs who can be there and not just be a warm body, but move learning forward. The main impact I've been feeling this year is a very dramatic increase in the number of 3-day absences. And I can't pay subs a higher rate for 3 days. I usually have to fill those with a different person every day, and it's really impactful on the learning environment for the kids.
Okay, and then we will move around now. And remember, if you don't have anything, you can pass. And then if we get a bunch of passes at some point, then we'll just start using cards. And just make sure that what you stated gets expressed there, because we're just gonna have our story there, so. Okay, which way you wanna go? All right, Jacob.
Yeah, I think that we all agree that substitute teachers are super important, and especially this year after using our building stuff. And PTO is part of our contract. And we worked on it a lot last year, like every year, it sounds like, so. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it, but I feel strongly that we have our PTO policy, and just like with everything with the CBC, it's a little different, and we need to, it might be uncomfortable, but we're working to figure it out or settle into it, so. That's my 2 cents, I guess.
I agree that sub availability, I believe, is what you're saying is part of the issue, and I think that historically speaking, we did not used to have the problems that we do with finding subs right now, and I hear a lot of things from teachers wondering why the system isn't working, why there are not like tables set up at back to school night to try and recruit people, why we don't see advertisements in the newspaper to try and get more subs, why we don't have like things on the rate, like why do we not have a better recruitment effort? And I know I've heard all the excuses like it's post-COVID and all that, but like it's not being solved. And it needs to be solved, and also people, teachers really, and some administrators I've talked to, have told me that they really feel like it's outside of their control. That somebody else's job, somebody else's department to fix this problem, and it's not being fixed. And I hear stories about, so-and-so wants to sub and they never get called, or, you know, they've signed up and nobody's calling them, or vice versa, that somebody has been off, somebody like moved out of the country and they're still getting texts to sub. Like, why is that happening? I think it's an inefficient system, and I think a lot of people see that.
Thank you.
I know that, there is a, person who wanted to substitute at our school, and she came across someone who worked at our school and said, I'm never getting any calls whatsoever, and when we dug into it, there was something not set up correctly in whatever the Subfinder app is, and so I wonder if, you know, if this is one example of someone who really wanted to be there, how many more are there? And I have tried on the district website to find how you apply to be a sub. I can't find it, and I'm fairly well versed in the district website. And I just think we need a QR code on the first page of the website. You can scan with your phone and it takes you immediately to the option.
You know, we deliberately tried to stay really high level on the interest here, so as not to get too mired into like PTO. And I think a lot about our core work as a district and our pushes around the academic achievement of our students of color and our emerging bilingual students, and consistency and routine environments. And I know that, like, I think that subs are a piece of the problem. I think professional development that the district office pulls people out of class at school for is part of the problem. I think there's a lot that when we look, I think about planning time for, I mean, if you get a good sub and they have a good plan and they know your kids, like that can create continuity. And so, but do we have enough planning time for that, right? I know from being in the classroom, you miss a day and you're like, great, that doubles my work, right? Because now you're planning for someone else. So I'm curious with this interest, if we stayed high level and really talked about continuity in a classroom and check our assumptions that has to come from the homeroom teacher all the time.
what are the complicating variables? I guess I'm just curious as to if we really stuck high on this interest, what kind of creative solutions could we come up when we really analyze all the pressures on this? And I don't want to minimize that subs are a huge part of it, but I also don't think they're the slam dunk answer to this issue. That if we solve for that, it would be okay. Because I'm also conscious that a teacher who's trying not to get a sub and showing up exhausted or sick in the classroom is not also able to provide consistency and continuity in that classroom because they're not 100%. And so I'm curious, I think my story around this is how could we think about this differently if we really stayed in a student-centered interest?
When I think of consistency and continuity on the learning environment, I think about, I shared this earlier, but an 8th grade science teacher at Glammer Springs Middle School is sitting at 32 students. An 8th grade middle school science teacher at other schools is sitting at 12 students. And just like, how is that fair for our teachers and how is that fair for our students? And how is that creating learning environments where students are feeling like they're really getting seen? Like, it's impossible for me to know all of my 140 students on high level. Like, I can't do that. I'll work really hard and I try, but that's just really hard. And I just feel like that's a big area of something, like as numbers shift, as things are moving around, I think it would be interesting to just look at that consistency within our industry.
I'm gonna pass. If we're looking at high level, similar to what Autumn was saying, I think about the pressures that are on the classroom teacher and the lack of time we've discussed for years that they're given within the school day to accomplish those tasks that are then burning them out, wearing them out, making them sick. So we're gonna look at high level, like how do we give teachers more time within the context of their day? How do we pick the biggest bangs for our buck and what we're doing with our students instead of the 500 initiatives that are sitting on the table that aren't closing the achievement gap, that aren't moving our students of color forward, that aren't closing the gap. I think maybe it's, looking at the root cause of what's wearing out teachers.
Oh, mine's been over.
Yeah, I am thinking of how I know that if you're a new teacher, that there are some things put in place to, and I put support, but it kind of goes more into what Stephanie was saying. So can really contribute to the ask of that teacher. I just think of and if it's continuity of the learning environment we're after, that starts with the teacher. And so if that teacher is being asked to do way more and they have less experience to pull from, it feels like it is going to result in burnt out, which is going to result in time needing to be taken off or even physical illness. And I'll just bring in my personal, I teach the most students I've ever taught in my life this year. And this is my 20th year teaching in Colorado. And by 40, more by 40. And that's fully teaching science too. And then I can't help but wonder if that isn't a correlation to me getting as sick as I've ever been this year. Having to take 6 sick days where there was no guilt because it was I'm on the edge of maybe needing to go to the hospital, sick. And so I wonder, there is a level where you overdo and your body just physiologically can't handle it. So, and I also think of other teachers I know in our building who have had experiences this year that have resulted in really high blood pressure and all these things that are physically manifesting. And so, it's just, we need to figure out where that line is of where the ask is too much and then it has a detrimental effect on their health and well-being. And then it goes to what Jacob was saying, this is built into our contract. like we do get these days. And when I'm like on the deathbed, I shouldn't have to worry about subs or whatever, but I do, like, that's just part of the deal. Like, I knew teachers were in my room covering me, but I was too sick to do anything about it, so. It's just got multiple, so if we're going higher level, we really need to go higher level into like, where is that line in the sand of what is too much and causing the physical or mental exhaustion of burnout and driving people away from our school district, so.
Thank you. Heather?
I have a friend who left teaching a few years ago to start her own business, and I recently did recruit her to be a sub. And it took her about a week. And she's a highly intelligent person to complete the application. The application, you feel like you should be hired if you can just get through the application. The process, it's too long for one to be a sub.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay?
We have some very similar stories. People in our system retiring when we come back to sub and having a very hard time. I think that is consistent with things. I also think there's a really big difference in quality of subs when you have people who are retired teachers who can walk in and deliver a lesson, and the fact that you can, come and sub, and there's some very kind people that, and you haven't done more than a high school diploma yourself and working in high school. You could actually be subbing classes that you've never taken. I think that's true. That was something calculus that I did for 2 and I have multiple of these, but I do think we don't necessarily incentivize getting more highly qualified people in over just like a lot of what I've seen us do. It's very like everybody gets this versus not everybody is going to offer the same learning environment, and so I'd be interested in talking about that. As well, how do we encourage people who might have more skills that want to participate, whether that's through the process or other things. Are we gonna go around again, or do I need to try and?
No, we'll go around again,
Okay.
so I do appreciate it. Just kind of share one,
But those are the two that.
yeah,
right
share
now.
one major thing at a time. We'll just go around until we're.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I do want to concede like the whole point of the PTO was to increase kind of professional respect and giving people, the benefit of the doubt, and but there are some situations where people are gaming the system, and I don't really know what to do about that, but I know of a few teachers, not very many, but a few teachers in multiple buildings, and I've even heard this happening with some administrators who are taking like a lot of days. And I know people that have already used up all their 10 days and they still have vacations planned. And this isn't for like being sick. This is people who are just don't feel like coming to work a lot of the time. And so I don't know what our system is for people that go past 10. But I do know that those particular people are putting a big burden on everyone else. And so when we kind of agreed to 10, like that seems like a respectful professional number. But when you start getting to 15 or to 20, I don't know what's supposed to happen, but I've experienced it, and I know other teachers have experienced it. It's really hard for everyone else in the building.
Thank you.
Whereas I think there are things that we can do for the actual subs in the buildings and trying to get subs into buildings in another way. I think this interest is more focused on like the we said the consistency and the continuity of what happens in that classroom when the teacher is out of the classroom, and looking at it from the perspective of what's best for our kids. And we know that when there's not the teacher in the classroom, there's not the same learning that happens, there's not the same consistency, there's not the same expectation, and in a lot of ways, depending on how you, and if you are gonna write sub-plans so that they are effective for your students and they do take learning, the amount of time that is needed to put into those sub-plans is immense. And so figuring out what it is that we can build in systems that can help tackle that loss of learning that happens and teachers are out of the classroom.
The part of our story at BMS is we really value the connection that our long-term sub, who's now in her 3rd year, has with students. She's an incredible person in the building, personality-wise. She will do anything, anytime to help anybody. And we had to make a decision this year, and we don't have a library now. And to be a middle school with an emphasis on closing this huge literacy gap, and we have nobody in the library. And now she's in the library when she's not long-term subbing. We've had 3 resignations or teachers not return to their position this year. It was imperative that we have a long-term sub who is able to continue to learn. But that was a super bummer decision to have to make. BMS.
Yeah, stuff with 2 BMS people right next to each other, so. Gonna still
More
that
about
one,
us.
but. The challenge that I also feel with staff is when we don't have a sub. And our long-term sub or our building sub is occupied that day already because of vacancies or whatever might be going on. And then just going to staff and saying like, we need help coverage now. And we have a fairly transparent system that people can look at it. And it just feels hard to write an email to say like, I know you have a plan period. How can we do this? And our teams tend to be splitting it up by 4s. And so students are only getting this teacher for maybe like 15 minutes and a new teacher comes in to like do the next part. And it's the coverage cycle that they're going through that I probably doesn't exhaust them as much as filling the whole period, but it also just seems like a huge burden on our staff. And I worry about the burnout on that regard when we just don't have a sub at all. I mean, we're just putting more on the staff.
Thank you.
Can I clarify the goal for the 2nd round?
Yes, you may, and also you guys, if somebody is stating a part of the story and you don't understand, you're welcome to put your card up and ask a clarifying question, just to be clear. So Kendall, please. Yeah, add some more clarity.
What is the goal for the 2nd round?
Same thing, we're continuing to tell stories. We will exhaust the story, so if you have something that might help bring out more story. Because it felt like there was a little difference in what Kenny was saying based on some of the PTO stuff. And trying to think about it more of that in the classroom continuity type feeling more than what's making that happen. So clarity around that. Great. Heather, you have a question?
Yeah, that actually was what I wanted to get clarity on is since Nina said we can adjust the wording based on what Kenny said, should we add consistency and continuity around the learning environment for students when the classroom teacher is absent? Because it is like, it's either one way to say like PTO is the issue or subs or whatever related to that, but like just saying consistency and continuity around the learning environment feels like we need more professional development for teachers.
Does that seem to make sense to add that? Is it more generic? Or is it focused on when the classroom teacher is absent from the room?
I think one of the things that we wanted to make sure was included in that is like, this, I know that district ELD trainings had a big impact on absences and making sure we can include pieces like that. So reasons why the classroom teacher would be absent. Not just PTO, but like that big picture of why.
But still, it being that it's due to an app, like the issue is around consistency and continuity when the teacher's not there for whatever reason.
Yes.
Is what I.
Okay, Autumn and then Wally.
I guess I'm just a process question as well. PTO is in the CBC. So I guess I was under the impression that that is not something that we're talking about right now. So like what's within our control and what's not within our control, I guess is my question. Like, I think I viewed this interest as a bigger picture, but it sounds like that maybe that's not what it is, that it really is about that. And I have other stories I can share about that piece, but I guess just understanding, if we're not touching the CDC, then that means we can't really touch the PTO part, but we could do other solutions around to help support that piece, I guess. Is that what we're looking at?
Molly, go ahead and then Kenny, but let's get to that question. Hopefully you provide.
Maybe it's a little bit of an add-on, but one thing I liked about the original wording was that we were going to look at not just very sick teachers, but why are teachers taking time off? And that could help with the consistency and the continuity of a teacher being in a space where they can be at work. We can keep it big picture. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I'm just a little confused. Now from your comment, Autumn, that's why I was trying to ask that question earlier about if things were in CBC or not in CBC, and I thought that answer was that everything is up for discussion within, and if we needed to change it through an MOU or something, then that could be done, and I didn't think that we were saying it because this is in CBC or not. I posed that question to begin with.
Hey, Kendall then Hannah.
I think even if, like, even without looking at the 10 days, there's been a lot of interpretation of the CBC with this, particularly around like the days around holidays and leaves. That have been interpreted in a very generous way that has taken the load off of me to decide if this is like a necessary absence or not, and I've appreciated that. But I think that needs to be looked at about how we're interpreting the CBC. And then I think there's also some solutions completely outside of the CBC as well.
Okay. Thank you, Hannah.
I can carry on to kind of what you said, solutions outside of CBC and outside of PTO. I guess that's where I don't want us to feel limited, and I don't wanna, I know that sometimes, Stephanie, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know that like before Christmas break, Stephanie's team of kinders, they work really closely together. She had 40 kinders in her classroom. I know that was rowdy. I'm assuming, I also know that Stephanie's a master teacher, and I'm guessing that the experience for those students was more consistent and reliable than had they had a brand new sub. I'm curious about, like, I'm curious about that lived experience for Stephanie, what could have been done to better support her in that moment, because my assumptions are that might have been better for kids. I'm conscious of classrooms where we have co-teachers and one of them's gone, and that's probably a lot more consistent. So is that a program solve that we ought to be looking at with some of our particularly vulnerable students to mitigate the impacts of teachers needing to be human? And so that's where I just feel like, is there a way that we could look at this very differently, in a way that might transform, like, we need to qualify, this is about a teacher being out. Well, when do we see bright spots of continuity for kids when a teacher's out? And I know Stephanie, you'll tell me, I'm totally making assumptions, but where do we see bright spots where, oh, that worked? Like, that was a great solve, and thank goodness we only had 12 kids and there were 2 cohorts and that teacher could take take 30. I don't know, I don't want us to. Sometimes I think we only see the solution to this as subs and PTO, and I would challenge us to say, I wonder, could we be more creative on that if the goal was about the kids' lived experience? I don't know.
It feels like we kind of start to lose our
Yeah, we
going
need to
around the
keep going
table.
around, yeah.
We were just trying to clarify the actual interest statement to make sure we had some clarity, and it seems like we may have gotten some of that. Does the interest statement feel okay to people? To be able to provide story that's being clarified for some.
I still feel confused since I think after, and I appreciate your point, Molly, like asking for like, that you liked the broader. And if we aren't going to add when a teacher is absent, then what I'd like to know more about what this means, because if I weren't in this meeting and I read this as an interest, my mind would go to a lot of different places. As a classroom teacher, like what do you mean? It's just, I'm consistent and providing continuity for my students. So I just am curious about the broadness for those that aren't in this meeting. And if this moves forward as, you know, into a subgroup, and we're gonna put this out to people.
Kendall,
I have a proposed rewording. Reducing the impact of teacher absences on consistency and continuity or on the learning. I'm missing the pronoun there, but the conjunction, not the pronoun. So it's not about reducing the teacher absences necessarily, it's reducing the impact of teacher absences.
That, I mean, that makes more sense to me. But, you know.
Whatever conjunctions you want to use, and I didn't have those right.
Agree.
Maybe of the learning environment.
yeah, just making sure we have a clear
Is it
statement.
my turn?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Kendall. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, yeah, Jacob.
I can resonate with what Anna was saying about solutions, like I thought about today. And I'm feeling really comfortable about. I mean, it's always hard to not be in your classroom. I would rather be in my classroom today, but. This year, we have a language teacher who is partnering with our 4th grade team, and so she is in a lot of my classes regularly and knows all my students. And historically, like when we had a building sub, they knew all my students too, and that felt good. We don't have that this year, which is hard. But there is another teacher in our building right now who knows all my students and speaks Spanish and is going to be in there with a substitute who has been at GSES for many, many years. And it's a miracle that we've retained this person through for everything. I don't know. But I'm just so grateful for her to be there because I know the sub and I know the other teacher in the school who's going to be there at the same time. And I'm just concerned about what happens if we lose that language teacher or if there's no co-teaching going on anymore. Like it made writing my sub plans way easier because I knew that I didn't have to clarify so much language because they're familiar with the lessons in the space. So I just think that teamwork has been really successful with the language teacher and all.
Thank you.
Hold my tongue. Like hearing so many things, I just keep thinking of new things. This is a huge Pandora's box. When you're talking about the consistency of student experience, like I'm thinking back to like as a parent, when I would say, my kids would say, they would come home and say, oh yeah, we watched a movie in class and the teacher was there, or we had a sub again today, or my teacher, my teacher is no longer there for some reason, like there's a new person who's here. I started thinking about how we write sub plans and how some subs will say, I'll go to that teacher because their sub plans are good, but the other teachers don't have great sub plans, so it's hard to find someone. I started thinking about assessments, so writing down like the big assessments that we take that are disruptive to the student experience. I think we have, I don't do 3rd or 4th grade, but I think we lose at least 3 days of instruction to CMAS a year. 3 days of access testing, 15 days for DIBELS and EDEL testing. At least 6 days for NWA math and English. And in 2nd grade, we do a NGAT test for the gifted program. That'll be a 3-day test this year. We lose 4 days for field trips. We have a bike day, we have an art day, we have a skating day, we have a field day. That is all part of the experience of school. Being consistent every single day is not always what we strive for our kids. We want to give our kids some other things. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do field trips and things like that, I'm not saying we shouldn't do testing, but they do create inconsistencies. Also, I think there's a real value judgment on why somebody would be gone. Kendall, I heard you saying, is it a necessary absence? And I was like, there's nothing in the CBC that says it has to be a necessary absence. It does say it should be taken at the discretion of an employee, and we hope that people aren't like just staying at home for whatever reason, but also we are trying to trust that people are taking that time because they need that time for some reason. Also, like, what's the difference between a person taking a mental health day versus going to a certain professional development? Like, who's valuing that and placing one above the other? And then the last thing I thought about was behavior disruptions, and how behavior disruptions can have the dual effect of pulling a teacher either away from their students, like their attention away from their students and being in the same class, and that creates inconsistencies for students, or having to pull the attention away from our own, like our students who are not being disruptive, and how unfair that is to them. So I just think that this is a huge possible issue if we're talking about consistency for students. There are so many things that could be discussed. I don't know that this is really a bargainable thing, as far as the way the issue is currently stated. So anyway, I'd like to hear more story that bring more ideas.
Right.
Read a little bit of an excerpt from a police report. Deputy Breyer, Garfield County Sheriff's. On 9/26/24, I responded to a call regarding a vehicle assault involving a cyclist. Upon arrival, I made contact with victim Miles Cook. Skipping down. Cook stated he was riding his bicycle when a full-size silver pickup truck hit him. The truck stopped in the middle of the road, ran Cook off the road. After he fell, the driver reversed his truck at high speed, hitting Cook in the chest and shins with the bumper. Cook was thrown into the air and landed near his bike. Cook sustained injuries to his wrist, elbow, chest, shins, and he believed his wrist might be broken. I observed abrasions to Cook's left leg, and he pulled down his cycling shorts to show the impact injury to his left hip. He had some marks on his right arm as well. I called my administrator, said, I think I need to take tomorrow off. I was just involved in an accident. That administrator didn't say, oh my God, are you okay? Oh man, what can we do to help you? You know what my administrator said? Well, we already have a lot of teachers out tomorrow. So we can put importance on students' continuity. What, are we going to do that at the expense of caring for people? Guess who went to work that next day? Guess who taught all day long with a broken wrist and all those other things? I don't feel very good about teaching in a district that feels that way. And that's the message we're sending. Next.
Like all the teachers at CMS, I am asked to cover classes, and frequently, everything is done on the Chromebook and the sub-plans are great. But because I'm not the teacher of that class, I cannot monitor what is going on the Chromebooks, through Dino. And I asked my principal yesterday, how can we make this work? And the only way we could come up with was me looking at the roster and adding them individually. So we all need to know this easier way, and the subs need to know this easier way. Because my philosophy has always been, well, they have to do this. If they don't do it today, it'll turn into a missing assignment, but that's putting more back on the regular teacher to make that happen.
Thank you.
First go around, I apologize. I think my understanding very briefly in a short conversation with the caucus just now was not to put the burden on teachers justifying anything in their reasoning for why they're absent, but rather to look at what systems can create redundancy in supporting them regardless of why they need to be absent. And so whether we as a district are examining the resources we devote, or whether we are looking at a clearer process, better sub-retention, basically trying everything possible to remove one layer of tension between classroom teachers, administrators, and outcomes of rigorous education for all. And recognizing that if our interests are student well-being and learning, healthy, rested teachers are always a key component in that. And so in my mind, this interest was not about further definition of PTO and how it can or can't be used, but rather creative problem solving around this is a broken system that is putting more pressure, and I hear it anecdotally from all angles, from all levels, from my own kids, as Megan was mentioning. And so bringing the collective power of the minds in this room to see how do we fill this gap better. It is not singular, it's not just more of one thing. And it is definitely not more limits on the use of time as defined in the collective bargaining agreement in my mind. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Thank you. Autumn.
I guess I would just kind of echoing what other people are saying, encourage us to really focus on asset base of our teachers and not deficit base. And I know that, yes, there are a few teachers that take advantage, but in general, every teacher wants to be in that room teaching their kids. And if they choose to not be there, it's because they as professionals have made that decision. I know for me, I am gone from the classroom a lot. I'm doing a lot of advocacy work in DC and LA and things like that. And so many times the first thing people say to me is like, oh, you're poor students. I'm like, no, like, I'm here working harder for my students, for my teachers, for our district, for all of that piece. And it's this mindset that we have to change, that it's like, if the teacher is gone, it's because they don't care about their students. Like, that is not the situation. And I think, like, I just would encourage us in that room to really focus on the asset base instead of the sort of deficit base of teachers.
My story, and I think that I'm gonna just tell my story. I have a math coach, and the new IM curriculum, I really love. Like, we are getting into it, we're digging deep. Me and my co-teacher and our coach, we meet weekly, we get these plans and we are in it. And when there's an absence, like today, I have my plans ready, my co-teacher knows what we're doing, the coach knows what we're doing. The guest teacher does not. I have asked multiple times that the coach comes in and will teach that class for me, because she knows the lesson goals. She knows what activities are gonna work. She knows how to administer the exit ticket. She knows the students in my class, because we look at the data together. She helps me look at my data and decide what kids are we gonna do intervention for today. Every time that I've asked, if she could come in and sub that class for me, she has other duties that are assigned by her admin. That's not supporting me and her role as a coach is to support me as a teacher. Thankfully, I have had the opportunity that my co-teacher and I work really well together. We understand, we value that math lesson, and we have worked it out that she'll teach it once in the morning and then once again in the afternoon, and I'll do the same when she's gone. But I think that coaching piece, like, if we could utilize that position, if we can have those coaches come in and help the classes. The purpose of the coach is to help us lesson plan. They know what our lessons are, they know what our goals are. That's a person who's already in our schools who knows where we're going and what we're doing. There you go.
Rusty, can you scroll back up to?
Yeah, I'm trying to know where we are.
Well, I would like to go to
On
the
interest,
interest.
just going on. Oh,
Can you keep going up to the interest where it's highlighted? I wish the interest said reducing the impact of absences on the consistency and continuity of learning. Because we've cut janitors, which means our rooms aren't clean, which means my kids are missing. I can be there every day, but if I've got a kid missing 2-3 times a week consistently because we can't stay well, then I can't do anything about it. I wish it said absences because we have bus drivers who can't get there and my kids show up after literacy or have to leave early. I wish it said absences because both of my administrators are pulled out of the building to come to district meetings. There's a behavior problem, so we have to pull another teacher in, which interrupts their class, interrupts my class, or we have a kid get hurt and we're all trying to figure out protocol for calling 911 or whatever we're doing. So I don't think it's just the impact of teacher absences on the consistency, it's absences. Okay.
All right, Phil, okay.
Hello, I'm Jimsky. I'm here helping out RFCEA as they approach this, just to give you guys some background. From Colorado Springs. And I was ENISA director for many years in Colorado Springs, and now I'm filling in for Eric Hansen, who is on a sabbatical. So with all of that in mind, I am going to continue getting the flair of the room, if that's appropriate. I mean, I can always wax poetic about many things, but I'd rather not at this point.
Thank you, Pat. Welcome.
I think I can echo with so many things that you've said. At first, I want to say, Miles, thanks for sharing that. I think my main interest is related to what actually Steph said, regarding the impact of absences. In our school, and I can tell you story like personally, we have students who are learning English for the first time. We see students sometimes have been like 5 days in the country. The job that we do in there is mainly, give them like a second home most of the times. And those kids sometimes just don't show up for a week. Or they go back to their countries and then come back, sometimes and never come back. So what I'm trying to say is like, for the teachers, I know in our school it's very important to be there. I try to be there most of the time. I think personally I've taken only just one day there because I have an injury with soccer, bad injury. And that was the only day that I missed. And I could have missed like a lot of other days sometimes, for mental health. And I know that's the way most of my co-workers feel, but we take it like very seriously to be there for those kids. So probably what I'm just trying to say here is like, yeah, it's not, the teachers are not there, it's not because we don't want to be there or because we need desperately like an extra day or anything. It's just sometimes we just can't be there, and I think that's also fair. It's also fair for mental health for teachers in general. So yeah.
I don't know, I have had this happen in IBB in the past, and because I know there's an administrator's IBB, sometimes I get a little confused on where the line is between this group of IBB and that group, and so I guess this is more just like a clarifying question about the differences in the scope of work, because this, I don't know, I'm a very solutions oriented person. I'm also very data driven, hence being a science teacher, STEM teacher. I guess I'd be interested in knowing like where the solution can be that is like a teacher driven solution versus an admin. Cause all I keep thinking of is like you said, Anna's like, systems, but the systems I think of are out of like anything I have any control over as a teacher. And so I just wonder, like, I do think of systems in administration systems, like similar to what you were just talking about, like what and what Jacob talked about, like that is a systems based on the decision that an administrator has to make. And so again, it just makes me automatically think, where is our scope of work versus where is the administrative IBB scope of work? So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if there is an answer to that here, but I do question if this is not more in their scope of work than in ours. So staying in.
Thank you. Other,
part of my story is, the long-term sub position that officially went away last year, and I think some schools were able to work it out in their budget. It sounds like at BMS, you lost a librarian so that you could continue to have a guest teacher. And my school also worked it out, but I think there's a real fear right now about, with everything going on with the finances in the district, that that position will really have to go away. And yeah, it's just a story, just fear about like the loss of a person who knows the kids, who makes an impact. But we don't have the money to continue to have them.
thank you. Lindsay?
Teacher stories have been super helpful and just contrasting like how it feels good today and other people don't feel good today because they value the experience their kids are having. I think that's the heart of this. Like, how do we help teachers feel good? Like Alicia's classes were probably actually covered pretty well because of their teachers recovering, and she felt bad about that. And she 100% needed to stay home and kept apologizing for it and never needed to apologize. Like those stories just kind of in contrast. Like, she shouldn't be sick and feel like, oh my God. Like, I think if we're trying to get to the heart of the story is that we know teachers really care about the experience of their kids. And so how do we help the teachers feel good, whether they physically can be in the space or they physically need to be out of the space at night. I think Stephanie's point was really helpful as well about like, how does that radiate out? That feels really, really big, but like this felt huge and that feels like massive. Thank you for the stories, I guess is my main thing.
Yeah, thanks. This is great. I just have kind of two ideas building off of what other people said. One is that, yeah, we need to fix the sub recruitment and hiring thing to make that efficient and streamlined. And, you know, going into like the budget shortfall and just, like when communities are in crisis from other things, like people want to help. And so I feel like if we were transparent about it and like got the message out there, right, of like, we don't just want more subs, we need help. Like whoever's out there, come, you know, like kind of change the narrative around it and allow, maybe even use our financial distress to our advantage in that messaging, like we're in crisis. Because I think people will respond. And then the second thing about that is, you know, like when my family when money gets really tight for my family, we close in and focus on what really matters. I wrote down do simple better, which is a motto from, you know, Mr. Gray, who used to teach band, but about how to play music well. But like what I'm thinking is that we have, as a district, we have a lot of vision, we have a lot of goals, we have a lot, and we have a lot of people whose job are coaches and trainers, and like those people, like their job performance relies on getting teachers to do things, which often relies on, you know, putting more on teachers' plates or taking them out of the classroom and using time to do that. And it's like, I think in light of our financial crisis, like, we don't get to do all the things that we want to do. We have to just focus on what's most important, which is providing a safe space for our students and educating them as best we can, and like the skills and knowledge that they need. So if that means cutting programs, if that means postponing vision, and if we think about things like closing the achievement gap, which, you know, is critically important, and we've been working on that for years. And a lot of the initiatives and things that we've tried haven't worked. Maybe this is the answer: consistency and continuity in the classroom. What if we just focused on the simple job and not expanding, ever expanding idea of programs, if that makes sense? And so like an example of that would be like some of these trainers and coaches, like I'm thinking about those ELD trainings, you know, this kind of idea that we need to pull all them together, give them information so that they can go back. Maybe we just need more of our staff in the classroom. Maybe those ELD coaches don't need to pull the ELD trainers out. Maybe they need to go to those rooms, right? And assist with the lessons and be in the rooms with the teachers. And like, you know, we have Wednesdays, and let's use those Wednesdays. Like, I think, you know, we talked about our district Wednesdays, and people get variable benefit out of that. That's a time that we can use, right, to train people. We don't need to be taking them out extra days. And so I just think do simple better. Like when times are tight, like, you know, you don't eat steak, you make beans and rice, and like, and you keep yourself alive and as healthy as you can. So, I mean, I know that is, people have dreams of like doing these big things, and I guess my opinion is, like, right now we don't get to do big things. We have to do the thing and do it as well as we can, which is a big thing. So that's kind of my thought. Like the fewest amount of people, the most efficient, and student face as many people in front of kids as possible, helping them. So
thank you, Katie. I just want to start with Miles saying I'm sorry for your experience and what happened there. And I don't feel like this interest was too much, as Lindsay said, to perjure, wrong word, but like to impact that PTO and say you should be there. I think it was more looking at the.
That was my lived experience that I had.
Right, and I'm sorry that that was.
There.
Right,
So
and I'm
don't say
sorry.
We don't care about kids.
Right, and I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I'm just trying to state that that wasn't my feeling of how this was brought up to criticize that, and so I'm trying to say that was not my understanding of how this came about. And it was more about looking at what can we do when there are absences in the classroom and the impact it does have on students. And looking, Alicia, listening, Alicia, to what you said about, is that an IBB thing for administration? I think I understand that point of view, but I think also it's important to have it in this scenario here, where then there is the teacher point of view, because I think if it comes from like administration saying this is what we're going to do, then there's going to be pushback. Whereas the teachers, if they have their input and that is able to be brought together to come to a solution that everybody is agreeing on, is a very different thing than if it comes from administration saying this is what we're going to do. And so I think it is important to have the whole story and the whole staff being looking at it together. What are those solutions, which And always keeping in mind, like, our number one goal. Yes, we wanna. Be there for the well-being of our staff, but our job as educators is. What are we doing for the students? As our number one goal, and so making sure we keeping that in mind as we're looking at whatever solution we come.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you for reminding us that all teachers really want it to be good. Because that is really why we're here. And then I just wanted to share another part of the story that during COVID, when it was like the ultimate sub crisis. And I was in charge of subs at that time, I often reached out to district staff and had some coaches come in to teach, like when we knew, quarantining for 5 days or whatever, we know this teacher's gone for 5 days. And mom came and taught 7th grade social studies for a whole week, things like that. And then it struck me that we haven't done that in a long time, actually. I've asked them to help with other programming like ski days or outdoor ed, but yeah, it just reminded me that there were times of crisis where everybody dropped whatever they were doing to be in front of kids, and that was really powerful.
Yeah, so I'm gonna echo Kenny. I'm sorry that was the experience for you. That is an attempt to avoid every time with staff is to say, like, look at the sub needs. And I think like I come from it, I hope as an admin, I think admin too, and I think district does from a point of like, how can we best support our students that are there that day? And I think that is like the thing that guides me as we go through like sub needs and all of those things. Is like I get a sub request today for something a month and a half out or a month out, and I'm like already working on it with our, our business person up front who helps with subs is like, can we reach out to these people, right? Like, it's just the communication sometimes that is like the struggle. When we see a 6 a.m. and I fully understand somebody is sick and that happens. But it's like a week or 3 days before and they're like, I need 3 days off. And you're like, wait, that throws me a little bit. And that is really the challenge for us is like, you just dropped 3 days on me and you gave me 4 days to find somebody to sub. And now I gotta try to pull that. I think it's just the clear communication about like, I'm trying to put the best person in front of your students, but if you're not giving me advance warning of this, it really makes it hard. And then I'm really like concerned for our students. I understand staff not ignoring the staff needs that break. It's just 3 days isn't like quick. Sickness happens, and we can adjust. But those longer ones are harder.
Thank you, Stacy.
I want to appreciate actually this group and the value of story because it helps paint the complexities and layers of people's experiences, and I think that's a really important reminder. Sorry, Miles, I don't want to pile on you, but I agree. I think in my work as I've worked directly with leaders, that is a kind of response I hope would never happen. And so it is, and I believe and I feel very badly that Miles was your experience because I believe that they don't, as a leader, we don't need to cry for a lot of details, but to respond with compassion and understanding feels very important from a human perspective. And I hope that I believe that it happened and I hope it doesn't. And I'm trying, and actually immediately I was like, I need to make sure that I make the leaders understand like that is not an acceptable response, right? So I think Lindsay and Stephanie's point, Lindsay DeBrady's and Stephanie's point about I agree it is hard, but consistency is not just teacher absences, it's actually staff absences, kids absent, right? That's very hard and we try to make a very concerted effort to improve student attendance as well and with staff. And I think what is very clear is that this is a shared challenge, and I do believe that we can get to the best result with a shared solution. or shared solutions, because it's not just one either. And I think that is part of the power of this group. And I think one of the things, my reflection, maybe with this group, it's if we're approaching it this way, because I felt like it's been very positional before, you can take it or not, like what's gonna be allowed or not, versus like what can we identify as the components that will help, make the right language, help reduce the impact of staff absences on consistency and continuity. Because I think that'll actually open our minds to like identifying, can we improve this part of it and this part of it, and like what are we building together? So Alicia, I think you asked a good question about what part of it is admin. But I also agree, I don't think it's actually just admin come up with a solution and tell everyone. I think that's actually the power of like talking to the BLT and being like, what's specific to our building, what can, and like what's contextually important, because I think that prevents this like one size that everyone does, because that actually in reality is not helpful for the differences that are.
Okay, I'm gonna call timeout now, and we've had a lot of great story being shared. We've also gone into options of solutions. We've evaluated different things, so we're kind of drifting around all over. Are we at a point where we could decide, and I need process help, just my own brain to remember, after we do story, when do we thumbs on whether something's gonna be taken on or not? I just think we're gonna keep having dialogue that's gonna go all over the place, and we're at a point where we need to decide what is the actual interest statement gonna be, and is the group gonna take it on? Stephanie?
I just feel like there's an elephant in the room that's not being addressed with the staff or student or teacher absences, and it's the culture we've had in this district of having conversations like Miles has had, and I think that needs part of the story, like. Part of the reason PTO changed was so that you guys got less of those 6 a.m. phone calls, because teachers were terrified to say they needed a day off. And so until teachers trust that it is okay to say, I need a day, those 6 a.m. phone calls are gonna happen. Those less than a week, I need these 3 days off are gonna happen. The culture around a teacher saying, I need to take care of myself has to be looked at in part of this as well.
Yes, Nina.
I think to answer your process question, our thought, or I see your thought, is that we get all stories for all interests. We would like to caucus before we decide on interests. So we were thinking that once we get all stories out, we do our interests, then this afternoon, we would like a 20-minute caucus, decide how we're feeling, what interests we believe take on, and then come back together as a whole group and discuss that.
That helped. I just can remember how we did that.
And Anna, and other admin staff, please jump in if that feels like the right process. I don't wanna be the one saying what we're gonna do as a process.
Yeah, Stacey.
I just have a question. Yes, I agree. And we have one interest listed currently, right? But we also have benefits and compensation, so it's actually 3. Okay.
No, we have three
There's
interests
Three
listed.
interests.
Oh, we're really working on. That was the
That's a
first
very-
one. we're
Oh,
talking
I
about.
missed that. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thank you.
I just want us to be efficient because we're at our time frame is moving along, and we're not just telling story, because we still, I don't think we fully understand. We've got this higher way of thinking, and then we still go back to PTO. So I just want to make sure that we get a clear, defined statement that we know the T could work on. Does it fit within your realm of taking this on? So then when you caucus to decide, you'll get comfortable. Heather?
And I have to remind myself, and maybe others are already thinking this, that this part of it is just story.
Right, this is just
No,
story, and
no.
we've gone all over the place. in
We
this
have, and
process.
it's hard not to, but we're just doing story.
But I think there's just been difficulty in how the interest is stated, because we've already modified it a few times.
Yeah.
And so it's a broad idea. Taking on something big in an open way just creates all these little places. So we've been chasing around a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Do we need to tell more story?
I have a clarifying question for admin, because I'm still struggling with it a little bit. I guess I'm just gonna flat out say it, are you guys gonna come forward and ask to open PTO to change language in it?
Yeah. I didn't think that.
Yeah, clarify.
I think there's lots of ways to look at this, and there's a lot of things in the CBA that are very confusing to me. Especially about the days around time off, about using your sick leave after you use your PTO. I think there's also lots of other ways to look at this that don't involve PTO.
But if you guys wanna open it to change the language, we have to call for an MOU, and we need to know that now. If you're willing to not touch the language in there, if you're willing to do all these other ideas that could come up, then that's a very different situation than calling for an MOU. And I think we all need to understand that.
Yeah, I don't think I understand that.
So you wanna change one word in the CBC, you have to call for an MOU. So you wanna change the language around the days off before and after a holiday, the admin team has to ask us for an MOU. And we either agree or we don't. If we don't, it stays how it is. If we do, we open it and the policy completely gets, it's not just the language, like anything is open at that point. So we need to know if you're gonna ask for an MOU to change any verbiage in there. Or if you're willing that the contract sits for the next 2 years with the verbiage that's currently in there. And we only look at solutions that don't impact that verbiage at all. So we look at, professional development not happening on a school day, those kind of things. Does that make sense?
I think so. Two clarifying questions. One, could that committee ask for the MOU? Because I don't think we don't want to ask.
Well,
for the
that's
MOU.
what we. I think that's what Stephanie's getting at. I'm gonna tell you right now that our CBA, if we do go into an MOU, we're gonna say no. That's not what we're looking at.
That feels totally contradictory to what you guys said in the beginning, that we weren't shooting down any options right away.
So we're not even generating options, okay? There are no options yet. There's no solutions yet. We're only trying to run through story to decide, is this an issue that the group, an interest that the group wants to take on? But there is some issue going on with, is this going to be based around PTO? If it is, that's a contract adjustment. And so that creates some conflict potentially right there. So it's just a matter of streamlining. That's why I keep asking about the language to have it be as clear as possible so that we know exactly what the team's going to work on. You don't run into any sort of adversarial feelings right off the bat. Okay, Adam? Sorry, please.
Is an option to, you know how like when we have board policy, we then also have the second document that explains how we implement the board policy regulation. Some of this feels like it needs that. Is that an option or would that require an MOU?
That's an option, and that's what we're talking about. So I think our position is we don't feel like we need to change the contract right now. It feels like too much work. There's bigger fish to fry. A regulation, that would be something we are open to working on.
Okay, Adam?
Just to clarify the process, like in all of my time here, we bring the interests and we don't. And we share stories and all those interests stand, like maybe we modify the language a little bit, but like we don't decide later like that we don't, like this is an interest that's been brought, so at least in my experience, we spent all that time now to clarify it, sharing stories, and it's going to remain an interest until, and a committee is gonna discuss it.
Not necessarily. There have been things that have been brought in the past that we've said that's not really something that we bargained, or it's not something that would be dealt with in this group, like it should be dealt with elsewhere.
Okay.
There have been times since, it doesn't happen that much.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the way that I'm viewing it is that we spent all that time talking about it so that whatever committee takes it on has context for their discussion. And, yeah. And so then that's kind of also just avoiding that evaluation, like we don't know. Yeah. And so then in the normal process, like we're done with story, we go to the next interest. and tell stories about that interest. So it's fine if we wanna have caucus again, but, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you. Katie?
I just thought for common understanding and for us all to sort of be coming from the same place, I'd like to read at least what the CDC says on PTO and just so we have that common understanding right now as a group, is that okay?
Okay.
Just the paragraph on, there's like one paragraph on what we've been talking about. It says PTO may be taken at the discretion of the employee. However, employees are encouraged to give as much advance notice as possible to the supervisors of the intention to take time off. As requests are made, supervisors will make every effort to honor PTO requests in a manner that is fair and equitable amongst their staff, and also takes into account the impact such absences will have on the school or department. School-based staff should try to avoid requesting time on professional development days, conference days, or days just preceding or following school breaks, including extended weekends, and on other high-need days as identified by supervisors. However, the request may be granted at the discretion of the supervisor and or chief of human resources if they are for a reason outside of the employee's control. For example, family wedding, child graduation, college movement. I think that's a good grounding for us all to hear the same.
Okay, Anna?
I think I'm going back to the question about an MOU, and I think, I would say the interest in bringing the interest forward was just a pitch of like, do we want to work on this in this way this year? And maybe PTO is part of it, maybe it's not. So I just wanted to clarify that, like, I think we were even careful when we were talking through it to say, nope, you were getting a solution, stop. We're not talking about solutions right now. This is just about, is this a problem worth our time to grapple with from this angle? Yeah, I don't think we have any preconceived notions. My understanding is that if the straw committee did come up with a brainstorm option that included something that addressed the that needed an MOU or revised language, that would have to go through that process and come back to this group, and this group at that time could decide whether that was worth it or not. But I think the question on the table that is just, is there compelling story enough to say this is worth working on?
The interest is not to change the contract. That was not part of any discussion. I just feel like I should say that.
Okay, Molly?
So I'm just trying to, I just realized it wasn't up there. When I look at the how it's been reworded as of right now, it says reducing the impact of staff absences on the consistency and continuity of learning environment for students. And I guess I'm looking for clarity. Are you talking about PTO policy, language, numbers, budget, things like that? Or what I perceive as the underlying issue is we're talking about staff culture and well-being, knowing that leads to use of PTO. Is that was many comments ago.
Okay. Right, Risha and Lindsay?
Yeah, I just wanted the conversation about modifying the contract and then also like this idea of regulation. That's where I feel like regulating how the language of the contract is received again fits in the preview of the admin, because that's ultimately admin is the one who has to make that decision of how that language is perceived or interpreted. Because ultimately they're the one that is allowed to be granting or discouraging, sending emails to Miles after getting hit, that like there's too many subs out. I just feel like this fits in the admin world more than, and yes, I agree, the teacher stories are really important for admin to hear. So I think it's great that, but if it's about regulation on that particular language and interpretation of the contract, which has been discussed, then I think that belongs more in admin, I think.
Thank you.
Whether or not the language is addressed, I think, and where the solutions come from is part of the smaller committee. But I am hoping if this interest moves forward, that it will focus on how do we remove the very real perception of scarcity that currently pits staff and teacher well-being against student success. And I think that from the broad perspective, there are a lot of options on the table and a lot of pieces to that puzzle. But it's one that constantly drives tension between groups who should be aligned around student success. And so if, as a district and as a board, we've consistently identified student success and student well-being, we need to look at tensions like this, which are distracting from that, and where are the solutions around it? How do we remove that us versus them mentality when it comes to having a very reasonable request off, whether it's your life that's happening or whether it's an emergency? Teachers and the leadership in the building should never be pitted against each other. And so how do we find a way here in this room to remove, again, that perception of scarcity that comes from a very real place?
Thanks. Okay, Stacy.
Thanks, Lindsay, for that. I think that reiterates what I'm trying to say, and I just want to clarify for the group. Regulation is not necessarily, this is how I'm gonna regulate things, it's actually just outlines a procedure, but it happens to be called in board policy regulation. So Alicia, I don't think it is like just admin do it and move on with it, because even when we look at a board regulation, we ask other staff, like, can you take a look, is this feasible, is this aligned to what we do, like, what makes sense here? It's and so I think what we're searching for is like, what are the ways in which we can work together to address particular things, and it may involve like clarifying some things, but I still stand by that. I don't think it is solely like an admin decision, because we have many layers of people for whom it impacts, and so actually it's a shared clarification.
Thank you. Lindsay, you're good.
Yeah.
Do we need any more story around this? So the process would be right now that we talked about, just to make sure, because I've heard a couple of different things, is we would table this one, move on to the next interest, run story around it, finish those off, and then after we complete that work, there would be caucus time to decide if that's something that teams feel comfortable taking on. We'd come back together and the whole group would do thumbs, maybe ask clarifying questions if needed from the meeting, and then we would thumbs on those. Is that what we're looking to do?
And then we divide it.
And then we would, create whatever committees need to be created for the work. Okay. All right, so time wise, right now, lunch is at 12, so,
Lunch is running a little bit late, so
Okay.
it's about 15 minutes out.
okay. So we could start on the next interest and start running story. And I'd ask us to really try to stay on story and not get to solutions and options and things. Try and keep it focused on story so that we can keep it as simple as possible to get at the what without getting at all of the why and how sort of stuff. Okay. All right, and so the next one that was laid out would be an interest in creating a competitive full package of salary and benefits. So we will tell story around that now. Then if it gets approved, the committee will then work on this, come back and bring an option. Okay.
I can start with this one. Our interest is really just about taking into consideration all of the financial impacts that are coming down on us this school year. And maintaining that competitive full package, we mean taking in consideration the healthcare, taking in consideration salary steps, taking in consideration other benefits that we have as teachers, and just making sure that we maintain a competitive full package that meets the cost of living here in the valley.
We'll go that way. I guess two things, I know, I'm gonna run real quick. This is when it would be really helpful to have the CFO here, because in the past, we would get that piece, and so it's a little awkward to have these financial conversations without them here. But I will say one thing we read on the IBB survey from teachers, like the number one is like, this should not fall back on our benefits, on our stuff, and by benefits, I mean salary and health insurance, and not like. Teachers should not, like this should, like, teachers are in our classroom, this was by no fault of any teacher, that this situation occurred. And at all, you know, I know that there's some things out of our control, but you know, like their biggest thing that we heard was, do not let this impact my salary or my benefits.
Okay.
I'm interested in listening.
I think, one thing that comes to mind for me in this is that wondering how we define competitive, and I'm aware that during the mill levy override work, the district, and I don't know how this is created, but there's this like fair wage blueprint that's kind of a philosophical statement about how we define competitive, and I guess part of my story around this interest would be I would really love to know if that's still right, and if that tool is still, I don't know, was vetted through this group, or if that still resonates or could be a North Star. So I guess I'm with that interest. I just would love to know, like, what are we striving towards? What does that look like? How can we articulate that for all of our employees?
This is a story about a hypothetical teacher who is ineffective in teaching something, some part of their job, maybe it's math. And that teacher would receive mentoring from an instructional facilitator in the district for a short period of time. And that teacher, if they continued to be ineffective, would be downgraded on their random evaluation and eventually would be dismissed. So when I hear about the district adding another position to the finance team to be a budget analyst, that feels very unequal and unfair. That struggling teacher cannot hire a teaching assistant to do their job. That teacher has to use their own personal time to do their own homework, to do what they are paid to do. So I would I wonder why this budget analyst position couldn't be a short-term contract position. So that we can all earn our paychecks the way we are supposed to.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have several teachers in our district who are international. We are trying to recruit teachers who are bilingual. We have definitely improved that in my time at this district, but we're always looking for more teachers who are bilingual and can help us become a more diverse teaching body. And we have a salary placement criteria document that identifies that all internationally accredited K-12 experience as a teacher counts. And we have teachers who are coming from schools that they believe to be internationally accredited schools and are not getting that credit. And the internationally accredited schools term seems to be causing problems with that, where teachers believe they should be and the HR department is saying that it is not.
Okay, thank you.
At GSCS, there's just a lot of anxiety about salary steps and positions remaining, and positions that are still empty that may not ever be filled. And just a lot of uncertainty about, yeah, the health insurance, all of these things mixed together are creating a miasma of distrust and uncertainty.
Thank you.
I want to tell the story of a building guest teacher who took about a 15 to 20% pay cut from last year to this year. And I'm grateful for the work this team did to get raises for all of our certified staff, but as we look at pay, that felt really, really tough for that person.
Okay. Mark?
Can I?
Yeah, we're coming around.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
go
if
ahead.
you pass, you're trying to, we're trying to think of pieces of the story that relate to compensation and benefits. And so you might have 3 or 4 things, you tell one thing, it comes around, and once we start having a bunch of passes, we'll pop one.
Not out all.
Yeah, you're not.
I think it's important that we continue to keep in mind budget forecasts from the state. And keep that in mind as we're looking at what salary and benefits are. And I think we also need to keep in mind enrollment as 2 key elements in addition to what happened with insurance. And I also think there's more need to delve into the actual impact on budget, on salaries and benefits from the insurance fiasco and what that would look like if we hadn't gotten self-insurance also, and where that would compare to where we are right now.
Okay. Adam?
I'd like to add. I understand that we haven't increased any health insurance costs this year with premiums, but we have numerous staff that have chronic health conditions, and so like from December to January, they do have significant increased costs because of co-pays and prescriptions. And I can say that, and that's a number of people that I've talked to, in my family, it's $500, but I pay like more than I paid in January than last month. So like it's hard to hear like there's no impact on staff with the current change. There already is for anyone who has kind of like longer term things.
Okay, thank you. Heather?
I have a clarifying question. Will Christy automatically be a part of the financial group as the CFO traditionally has been? Story that I have, well, I have a couple, so I'll just share one now. I also have an increase to my monthly expenses of $220. Perhaps that is happening with a lot of people.
Yeah, I would just say regarding the changes of cost regarding insurance, like it definitely needs to be a part of it, like as a whole picture, because we've discussed, and it could very much be true, that we have a full step increase, but then if the contribution by the employee towards insurance goes up, that we actually aren't having, or we could actually ultimately, like if you look at how much our, I guess it's our net salary would be, then it goes down. Because then and then if you add in how much extra cost for things like prescriptions or, you know, co-pays of going to doctor's offices visits or whatever, all of that adds up into the net amount of salary that we're getting. And so then the benefit is decreasing, even though like the sticker price is saying, it just kind of makes me think of buying a car, and the whole like the price on the sticker isn't actually what you ultimately end up paying, because you have all the dealership costs and everything else that goes into the ultimate, like it's time for you to either finance or write a check to the dealership. That price is way higher, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. The net salary for the employee should be considered with all of these components. Especially if we were talking about cuts at all, this is part of cuts. Even though it's not like the sticker price says, we're not having a cut. We are, if the cost that comes to you at the end of each month is less, like the money that comes into your account is less. Due to health benefits or whatever, then we are having a cut.
Well, I guess my interest is divided like in two parts, if I made it. So first, obviously, it's regarding, the international teachers in the district. But first, I think the main things like to understand, like in the processes, like the process for us to get here, to the Valley's process. That includes obviously finding a district that sponsors the H1B program that we have here. On top of that is the licensure, which is different. And then on top of that, obviously, we came to talk about the placement and salary schedule. So I think that is something that I've been hearing a lot. I've been talking to partners, coworkers in my school and in the district, how that has affected us, like in terms of what we bring to the district and how we feel regarding that placement and salary schedule. The recognition of the credentials and endorsements obviously is an issue now, and it has caused a lot of anxiety coming for the next year because of the financial crisis as well. So I guess that is something that I need to advocate for everybody here, because I'm not saying here that we're like specials in a way. We are educators same as everybody else. But for us, it's an extra, understanding what this crisis how can this affect us? Understanding that, for example, our contracts are tied to our visas and our legal, status in the country. And that's what I want to say. And obviously, this is kind of the very same thing also that Megan says about that, based on the salary schedule, that even like we know of some teachers that actually have those credentials and endorsements, and that schedule hasn't been good for them, and they haven't been recognized. So, like to know what can happen and what can we expect, coming the next year with the whole situation. Present.
So I think it's important for everybody to remember that compensation, when we talk about total compensation, if it does not keep up with cost of living, it represents a pay cut for that employee because their buying power has gone down.
Kind of back to the last interest about consistency in the classroom. We have lots of young teachers or teachers who were close to retirement but would have stuck it out for a little bit longer, who are gonna leave due to the cost of insurance going up, due to not getting the step or not getting the cost of living raise. And then that puts a huge burden on veteran teachers to constantly be training new teachers who don't last more than a year. It burns out veteran teachers. And you don't get a consistency in that classroom for years to come, where we can see some growth in that grade in that class.
Thank you.
When we talk about trimming budgets, there are some things that district has done that feels like maybe we're not prioritizing, making sure that we're all cutting back. I think in the past conversations, we were kind of like Adam said, let's just get back to bare bones. And I think it's more questions and conversations about some audits that we are going through, not just the budget audit, but the sped department audit. I've heard that there's a request for a proposal to audit the CLBE departments. And I've even heard that all departments are going to be audited at some point. I assume that costs money. How much money is now the time to be doing it? But not necessarily a story, but clarifying questions of how are we currently spending our money? Let's make sure that we're sticking to bare bones and like, we're not spending excess money right now.
Thank you. Autumn.
Mine's just also a clarifying question. As
Chrissy will be on this committee, is how will she get to hear these stories? And like, this is very important stories, and how will she be able to hear these stories? Like, is there someone who can fill her in? Is there, she can watch a recording maybe, but like.
Yeah, and the story is documented here, and that's something for us all to remember, it's documented, that's something to go back to. Because when we come back to this and actually negotiate, we will count this as story that's already there and then add new story if we need it. But that'll be a key, any committee anybody's missing, really getting them dialed in on the
I guess
info.
I will just say there's a difference between reading it on a page and being in the room with the energy.
You lose that feeling, the emotion part for sure.
I'm definitely still learning, I guess, if it's story though, my story. I try, I think people have heard me say this, try to limit my scope of awareness to my scope of influence right now. These times are exhausting otherwise. And I thought joining the school board, I would have a larger scope of influence, and in some ways I do, but in a lot of ways that I was expecting, I don't. Because health insurance being a great example. I'm not using this to defer responsibility. I guess it's just a story of my experience. So please don't take this as a broader comment on what we can and can't do. It's been so difficult to see what our options actually are. When you look outside of a room of people that care loudly at a system around public education at our state and at the, just the capitalist approach to the value of people's physical and mental well-being, and looking at CEBT, the options that exist on the table, it's been deeply disappointing because those are within my scope of responsibility to make the best choice for teachers, but they are outside my scope of influence in ways that I was not expecting. I know that by law, our district has to have 3% of our, I think it's operating revenue and reserves. And I know that our board has a policy that says we need an additional 10% on top of that. And savings is supposed to be for a rainy day. This is a very rainy day, and I hope that we are considering revising that board policy to make it possible to not have our hardworking, well-intentioned staff undergo salary freezes, to not get the step increases that, or the lane increases that they are expecting. I can think of 3 teacher families in this district that have had a back surgery, a stroke, and cancer in probably just the last month. So for them, this is a rainy day, and I think we need to control what is under our control. And if that means changing the policy, so be it.
Okay, so part of the story is there's a 3% mandate for the Tabor amendment, and then there's a reserve percentage that the board has established. Okay, Miles?
There are teachers in our district that are highly effective, have years and years of experience. In fact, they've said that they are close enough that if salaries are frozen, they're going to retire, they're out of here. So we are going to impact negatively student outcomes. We lose these highly effective teachers before we need to.
It's my understanding that we have some, because very few, but a few positions in the special education department that were impossible to fill. And that may have been by a mass exodus of all of those staff. And that in order to hire the people who replace them, so I guess it wasn't impossible to fill, these people have been able to negotiate their own salaries at a much higher rate than they would be paid if they were working as an official staff member of the district versus a contract employee. That makes me mad. Very upset.
Okay.
I'm also, having worked with one of them, I don't really know what they do besides sit on the computer.
Okay. Okay, let me just check on the lunch scene. real
He's
quick.
ready.
It's ready?
Yep, okay.
Okay, where did we start? I wanna make sure we get all.
It
the way
was
around.
Helena.
So we've already gone
done one
past.
and we're doing one of
Would it be okay to freeze and do lunch now, or does somebody need to say somewhere right now? Okay,
We can wait.
okay, let's eat lunch.
What time are we gonna?
Yeah, turn.
So the schedule, what did it have for time?
Did you go?
No, if you went, and then I passed.
Okay.
Yeah, Megan.
But I would add, are we like trying to? Is part of saving money keeping it cold in here? or-
This is better than downstairs.
Upstairs, way warmer.
No, I think we got the fast. I know. It's kind of, you know.
2 or 3 days.
It was. I was like,
87 in my room.
I can make it now.
Yeah, it sounds like that's the theme, whole building right now. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna focus back on story now. So let's listen to Kendall so we can dial back in. Okay, Kendall's story around compensation.
I just don't know if mine got captured last time, which is that partly because of decisions that IBB made, a staff member at building took an 18% pay cut.
Oh, yeah. What'd you say?
Those building sub, my building sub took an 18% pay cut last year.
Going from a long-term sub to.
Going from the district funded position to a school funded position.
Say that, and then I.
Okay. All right, thank you, Stacy. Bass, Jason.
My story is around,
Autumn.
I'm back on my. My story is around hearing comments in the community at being asked questions about the superintendent's house that the superintendent doesn't live in, that to my knowledge, no one has lived in yet. It was, the last I saw, it was up for teacher housing. As a financial resource, in terms of, and hearing, being asked, I guess, about other district properties, such as the outdoor ed property in Elgin, which I have taken outdoor ed students to, and it is not a usable property due to, Lisa was with me, no shelter, we had to pay $1,000 to bring in bathrooms, outhouses, no parking for the buses. The riverfront area is not safe to just have students. About half of it, over a third, is marsh because of where it is. So I hear from people, we want to protect that. I'm the biggest proponent of outdoor ed that there is, but I have taken kids there, it's not usable. And I wonder about how to answer people when they say, what about the fancy house in Carbondale? What about the riverfront property? And we're talking about, benefits, limited resources for total compensation packages. How are we supposed to address that or going to address that?
I think it's important for us to remember when we're talking about budget, the 2 different pots of one-time expense and recurring expenses as we're looking at budgets and recognizing and just keeping in mind that if we're talking about the recurring expenses such as salary, anything that we put in towards that is compounded again and again and again down the line. And so just making sure as we're looking at what kind of things that we're looking to do for spending money, that we keep in mind what one-time expense versus recurring expenses are.
Teachers who are concerned, I think it's founded on something per se that has happened, which is sharing the concern that the cost of the teachers and teacher or in staff housing who are concerned that the cost of the rental contract, that's gonna rise because of the budget deficits, and then that'll counteract the increase. So just looking at that total piece and that impact as well, even though it's a different committee, it still feels like this things hit at the same time. I am thinking about something that has been happening in our building, and it makes me think about how one area really has like a domino effect on other areas. I think that we know that we have a lot of behavior and mental health concerns, it seems like, that is common across all schools in the district that, student behavior, has needed an increased level of support. In our building, I think we're lucky to have not only a school counselor, but also, a behavior interventionist. But then our principal and assistant principal are constantly dealing with behavior. And I've said this before, like, I don't even know how they do their jobs because of the behaviors in the schools. So even the counselor and the behavior interventionist are not enough. And when I see cuts happening to staff, which I assume are from like this financial crisis, and our custodian is no longer able to support the principal and the assistant principal in the cafeteria, and they're having to like mop floors and also like 5 minutes later, like deal with really serious, significant aggressive behaviors. I'm worried about losing support for behavior. Like, will we be able to afford a behavior interventionist next year too? And losing, like, what happened with these custodian cuts? I think we've heard about it, like rooms aren't getting cleaned and illness is spreading. And so, that's my story.
Thank you.
Around money and budget, I know there's like school-based budgeting, and then I know there's like whole district budgeting. And I guess I'm just interested in like, being more a part of the conversations that happen before the building leadership team gets communicated with like the building leadership. The building budget, because like, there's a mismatch happening, with like allotments for staff. And then that's where like the idea of underfunding or whatever, or over budgeting and then having to cut. I wonder like where in the process that could be more transparent, because currently it just feels like it's this black box that we only get later on. And then it seems like by the time we get it, like we're always told that either they overshot or they undershot, at least at my school. Like that's the messaging that comes out by the building leadership team. Like we're over allocated, so we're gonna have to cut. Or they completely underestimated how many students we're gonna have, and now you guys are gonna have class size of 30. And so I don't know where in that process it could be made more transparent, but it just seems like it's like these private conversations that are happening maybe with the CFO and our principal or something. But I wonder how there could be more input into that, because maybe then there'd be less errors. Because I've never had a year where we haven't had errors with that budget, where they've said, we're gonna allocate this and, oh, we totally undershot, or we're gonna allocate this and, oh, wait, we overshot, now we have to trim back. So I don't know what's happening, but it's really uncomfortable because it impacts everybody in my.
For the purposes of the School Finance Act and its preliminary budgeting, the state is using an inflation factor of 2.3%.
To Kenny's point about how we have reoccurring funds and things like that. So every year we don't give teachers their cost of living, that's reoccurring for them, that's a bigger gap of where they should be, which ultimately will also impact their retirement.
Thank you.
I think my story is a little bit of an experience just with,
the health insurance committee. Our conversation on Tuesday and how that fits into the larger conversation. There were a lot of really good conversations that we were having, and we are starting to dig in and look at those, but I'm finding it hard to understand how that is gonna match up with what we do here. There's still money that we need to cover for, and there's additional money that that's reoccurring, that's gonna be coming from health insurance. And I'm finding it hard to separate these two spaces between health insurance and what our goal here is, and at the end of the day, it's all the same money. It is benefits in a package, compensation that is coming towards teachers. How are those two things working together to give our the best outcome in this situation?
I think somewhat of a related story, more of a process question. You know, I hear really clearly that Christy's absence is not what was expected. And I want to name that it, I had made the assumption that we were gonna have a salary committee. Was not aware that we would be doing story around salary, and also knew that the information that we need as an IBB team to do the work of salary committee is the kind of presentation that the CFO typically gives, that there was no way we would have that ready by today. It's, you know, we're shooting to the end of January and counting every hour to try to get that done, which is why, when it has been clear that we scheduled this on a day that Christy had prior commitments. One of the critical components for her being able to convey what IBB needs to do the work around salary is her to have time with Shannon Pelling as the consultant. We are subject to Shannon's availability. This afternoon is the day that they were gonna work from 1 until 5 or 6. So that's why I had said to Christy, like, no, you've got a prior commitment. We're not doing that today. I have heard you clearly that's, and I think it was just me not understanding what I had thought we weren't talking about interests that weren't committees. And I assumed we already had health insurance, and of course we do salary. So that was my misunderstanding. Christy is here because she's back and working with Shannon. I talked to her about kind of where we are, some of the concerns. She said, oh my gosh, of course I will listen to the story around this, because I said, we're in story on salary, and I'm really sorry, because she's, you know, she knows, she's been through 17 years of RE2's IBB process. She kind of gets the gist. And so she said, yes, of course I will commit to making sure that I watch the recording of this prior to the kind of IBB salary summit at the end of January. She also offered to stop her session this afternoon. She felt like at 3:15 she could stop working, come up. If there were Q&A, that would be helpful. If it would be helpful for her to do the same thing she did with health insurance. There's no new updates on finance, but she could run through those 4 slides that she did on Tuesday. And answer questions if that would be helpful, given the scope of the conversation. And she said, yes, of course, I anticipate them on the salary committee, but both of us understood that work and this interest wouldn't be tackled until after that CFO presentation, which we're not ready for. So just want to say that I think it's kind of related to this. So if you would like me to do that, I would like to be able to text her so that she and Shannon can plan. So like process question.
So do you feel that it would be informative to have the CFO come and spend 4 slides worth of time and some Q&A? Like to have that? Some nodding.
I think it would be awesome. I mean, I heard it and I thought it was very helpful, so I felt like,
Okay.
even though we don't know, it's at least a little bit of what we know.
Yeah, this is story to date.
Yeah.
So thumbs on that. Okay, so we don't have anybody with thumbs down, so yeah, that'd be great.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes.
In my conversations with my teachers this year, then I have never gotten as much pushback from them. I don't know if pushback is the right word, but as much emphasis from them on this idea that this problem in their minds was not caused by them and the burden should not be laid upon them, and they are just adamant that this problem is solved without without negatively harming them.
Pass.
Haven't we done two?
Yeah, we've already gone around twice. Typically, what we do is go around till everybody's just passing, and then we stick up cards if you need to.
My story is still not on the notes. Would you like me to add it?
Thank you for checking on that. Okay.
Pass.
Okay, so if you've got something that you would like to add that hasn't been mentioned, you can put your card up and we'll just work around with that. Heather?
Megan mentioned, the sped positions, mostly or all special service provider positions. As far as I know, we don't have any virtual sped teachers, and I don't know if any of them were ever contracted outside and so therefore weren't officially part of the district, but those positions that are currently being filled with contracted people, I'm wondering if, I'm wondering why those positions aren't currently being posted to try to fill through the district rather than through a contract. Since those contracted people are paid more, it's my understanding. That's it.
So there are positions in the sped world services that are not currently filled and they're being taken by a contract.
At a higher salary.
At a higher salary rate, for sure.
I know part of the conversation around salaries includes ratios, and again, I just keep hitting how many students I served this year and how big of a burnout that has been for me. I mean, it's really physically harmed me. I guess I wonder where in the process ratios come into, and I know it's part of the solution that could be offered, but I guess I just, from personal experience of taking the brunt of the influx of students to our school this year in my personal caseload, I would say I just would really warrant against that as a measure that we utilize to solve this problem. Cause again, like Megan said, you know, we didn't cause the problem, and I would not wish the situation that I'm in this year on anybody. And I don't know how many teachers can handle it very long. I just don't think it's very sustainable. You know, trying to teach chemistry with 30 kids, like that's really hard. So, it's just hard to teach it, period, but 24 is ideal. So, that's 6 more than I really should be teaching. And to do that for 2 classes is just really hard. So yeah, again, just putting a plug in, like if that is a solution we think of the story behind what that solution looks like how that would impact people. And it'd be a higher burnout, possibility of higher people retiring earlier, all of that good stuff.
Okay, I don't see any other cards. Anybody got something? All right, so we can move on then to the next interest. That one. Thanks for copying that, stick down below. Would somebody from the district like to add some clarification, elaboration to that particular interest? before we start story.
Clarification, do people need more context or is it more clear than our last one?
Oh, I don't understand it at all. I'm not somebody who has role in directing or providing feedback. I have an issue with understanding it.
There are certified teachers who are asked to supervise classified staff. And I think the interest is that clear, is that appropriate, is that being asked, and if it isn't asked, like what is the support that they should have in that role? And Heather could actually probably speak to it well. We originally talked about this on this subcommittee last year. So like primarily it's SSN teachers that supervise paras, but then also then those paras are in general education classes. Like if they're not doing the work, teachers are needing to provide plans or direction to them for that day. And I don't think it's been clear like how that's been defined in their responsibility, what it really means, and kind of like that chain of command of when can they get help then? When are they supposed to be training or giving these people feedback? So, and then like what's the SPED teacher's responsibility versus the general education teacher's responsibility in comparison to them, the other teacher. It feels like it's a responsibility that's been put onto certified staff without a discussion, maybe, of how that plays out. And like, is it appropriate and empowered those teachers who have to supervise other people being supported in that different role than all certified teachers.
Is it only like?
There are some that are not SSN, there's a few throughout the district, which is why we just said. And then it's not just, and then it's also that you could have a parent talk without another teacher there, and you also have like, what's your responsibility if you don't think they're doing what they should be doing, and who should you be talking to, that kind of thing as well. And or positive feedback, or like, they're really doing well, and how do I like support them in this role? I don't mean just in a negative way. And I think.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely came up in our SPED discussions last year, and it's been a question that I have asked Patrick many times. And I've always gotten the same answer, so I don't know why I keep asking, but I guess I want it to change. And that as the SSN teacher, I'm responsible for onboarding, mentoring, coaching, supervising, the paraprofessionals that work on my team. I can ask my admin for support and I get it, but Patrick has said that it's admin's responsibility to train and onboard those folks. But admin, not being special educators, you know, depending on their degree of experience in special education, defer to the SPED teachers to do that work. And I think SPED teachers like want to do it so that, you know, the people working in their program are the most impactful. But what we discussed is, should there be something at the SPED level, like, should the SPED department be onboarding these people? Should there be like a central, like a lead para educator person who's like visiting buildings and coaching and so it's not clear. It's not clear. That's my understanding of what this interest is, but it feels very like it only impacts a smaller group.
What, I don't know how to do it without story, but like, I think the other story is like, teachers are not sure, like, well, the person just like, they just stand in the back of the room. Is that what they're supposed to be doing? Is that what the like teacher told them? Like, there's like this, and I've been in a few buildings, right? Like, it's not clear, like, who directs what happens in the classroom to ensure that like, and whose responsibility is it to provide the plans within the classroom, make sure that the students fully included and like how the care is integrated into the classroom. I'm sure it's different across buildings too, but there's a lot of, this is also an area where we have a lot of new staff often, and there's not a lot of clarity. And so like, have like a very experienced teacher could be in the role and have a staff of paras, or a very brand new or even a licensed teacher could be in the role and have a staff of paras. And that's gonna be different. Similarly, like with gen ed teachers, like you've been teaching 20 years and you've worked with lots of paras, you have some good ideas about like, hey, this works in my classroom, but we don't have any kind of guidance in general for other teachers who maybe have never had another adult in their room of how to best collaborate with that person, so that it's helpful to everybody.
Okay, so everybody cleared what the interest statement is, Jacob?
I just have
Clarifying
stories,
question?
yes. If we're gonna start stories, I can put mine down.
If you get, you're gonna
I
share
don't have a
stories?
question about, I understand this and I have a
Okay.
story, but
Okay, well then let's just continue on, because we start, they going this way now. I think it's you, Alicia.
I mean, I've had lots of paras in my classroom over the years. I've seen ones that are effective. I've seen ones that are ineffective. I also know as a general ed teacher that it's not really in my like wheelhouse to like direct them. But I will say like honoring them as professionals is always a good start in the process, and having, you know, conversations with them about needs that they see or perceive in your classroom to better support the students they're there to support. I guess like I just pull from some of the training I've done in the past with like co-teaching, because I view them, they're another adult in the room, like just because they're a para educator versus a certified teacher doesn't mean that those strategies can't be utilized. And those are readily available, and they know the district has done co-teaching trainings for teachers. So I don't know why we can offer some of those resources, which is what I've done, I guess. The story of myself is that's how I've tried to work. And I feel like I've had really good experiences in general with paras here, but I also am open to a conversation versus more like I'm in charge, or I don't know, just more like what do you perceive, and I ask them things they see that maybe I don't see because I'm worried about the other 20 plus kids in the room. All of those are good things, ways to progress, but you're right, I mean, I'm not in charge in any way of them, so.
Okay, thank you.
I think I can connect it a little bit with the sub situation we discussed prior. My experience in this district last year and this year with paras has been good, but I remember, for example, last year having like a lack of paras at some point, and that would definitely affect the kids that are in charge with us now. We don't know how to do it, or how to support them, and also the rest of the class. So I would say, not just personally, but I remember having conversations with other coworkers, especially last year with a lack of paras, and how that impacted the whole class process. Yeah.
I have a question that I am very aware merges on sort of solution type stuff, so I just want to put it out there as a piece. My question is there dedicated time for these employees to get together regularly? So I just don't.
I mean, in my building, we schedule it, we ask for an ERW to have a team meeting with the 2 SSM teachers at my building and all of the paras, so that we can give training and coaching. But that was our own creation.
I'm gonna pass because I'm not sure I still understand this interest, so I'm hoping the stories help clarify it for me.
I just have a question. Kind of hearing the stories I've heard so far, I wonder how this could fit into our first interest. These are people who are in the classrooms daily. To me, that's a leverage that we can help keep consistency in the classroom. If I have a para who is, I guess a little bit of my story is that my paraprofessional schedule changes almost every 3 weeks because of ins, outs, changes in IEPs, all these other factors, and things that are honestly out of our control, changing an IEP. Yeah, we need to change the schedule to give kids more or less minutes. But we end up in this place where it's constantly changing. And I wonder if we can add this into the earlier conversation of that consistency and how can those paraprofessionals be somewhat of a co-teacher in our classrooms? How can we rely on them not just to support the students that they're there to support, but support this classroom atmosphere that we create? And when there are substitutes, guest teachers that come in, that's a resource that those guest teachers can use. So in my mind, I'm kind of thinking that it might really work well with the other interests.
Thank you.
I was today years old when I learned that there was not, like, I just assumed that there had been, so I appreciate, like, when there's situations with my para, I go to my special education, my SSN teacher, we have a conversation, and it goes from there, so I guess I just was unaware that had never been a conversation. I myself don't necessarily feel qualified to provide feedback, just because I don't fully know all the ins and outs. But I do feel like some sort of support should be provided if that has some sort of training.
A couple thoughts. Nina, I share your wondering about, like, could this be an avenue to look at around that first interest? I'm glad you named that. Just through like conversations and talking to paraprofessionals, I do hear often that there is a lack of clarity and consistency around like onboarding roles, training, balancing the interests of everyone, especially if they're moving throughout the building, that there's not a lot of clarity there. And I'm also, if I think about the HR hat, I believe that expecting a certified teacher to be a supervisor of supervisor of record is actually quite problematic with the way structures are set up. So to me, that feels like, ooh, where are we doing that? And that probably needs some alignment there because they can't. If so, that's a different position. And so I feel like that might need some course correction adjustment. And then I will name that, it's sad to your point, I think that's a really fair question of the district. And I will name that classified interest-based bargaining, one of their interest groups is focused on culture, and some of the interests are on consistent culture across teams, and it stemmed from issues and interests around like we never get to, and this came from custodial and paras and all sorts of classified teams saying we never get together as a team. We don't get information as a team, we don't get to meet, and so we don't get training, we don't clarify agreements. And so I do want to just name that is a group that Classified is working on. That's one of their strong commitments.
Yes.
Recognizing that pairs in the regular ed classroom are being put there to help teachers and to take some of the pressure off teachers to reach a diverse classroom. It's difficult to support without sufficient time for the teacher to do those things, to then put more on the teacher's plate. So you take some off the teacher's plate and then you add it right back.
Yes.
I really understand, and I appreciate that this issue's brought up. It has happened. It's come up a lot in GSES this year. We recently lost a sped teacher, and I spoke with her a lot directly because she was very stressed about having to manage all the pairs and was really confused. This was kind of a new teacher. She was really confused about her role, and didn't feel reported, and that's one of the major reasons why she left. And so I think I appreciate what people already said already, but yeah, there is a gap here. Like she thought she was a sped teacher, she's spending a lot of time managing paras, and like, unfortunately, they were like bad para sped teacher relationships, so, and she did not have the tools to like manage that, and was never trained on doing that, and so it was like a glaring issue, and I appreciate that we're talking about it. And I appreciate that we're talking about classified IBB and empowering, that like their stories, they're a huge part of this story and aren't in the room right now. So like connecting, I don't know, if this could connect with their IBB process too, and yeah, it's a big issue.
Jacob, I appreciate you naming that classified staff isn't in the room right now. And then I was thinking what you said about the schedules changing every 3 weeks, and I see my SSN teachers working so hard to manage those schedules and change them as a kid is absent, or we lose a para because it's a pretty low paid position and you can make more money working at Ross. And I think that's where, for me, that's where this interest comes from, is how to take care of our students, our classified staff, by taking care of our certified staff. And yes, Amy and I are the supervisors of record for our paraprofessionals. But I don't know, Heather, I don't think it would work out well if I was editing the para schedule each day, because I don't know
Totally.
it as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know when a kid is ready for hand over hand versus that next step. I now know the words hand over hand. But, and so that's where this interest comes from for me, is the story of how hard my SSN teachers work in a role that, as I forget who you were naming, Jacob, like they might not come into special ed teaching to be a manager of people.
I have two things. I think the theme that I'm hearing through and through is the need for clarification and understanding of roles and responsibilities. And that what does a para do? What's the oversight or responsibility of the certified teacher, admin? And I know a question came up on the SPED program audit. Part of the reason I just want to emphasize, actually, there's a lot of complexities, number one, as we know. There are a lot of things we're in conversations about how it's working, how it's not. This is just one example. Is it working efficiently? Are we like providing PD in the right way? Who's the person do it? The thing that, as I'm listening to the stories, I think about that Spider-Man meme, whatever, we're all pointing at each other, right? So I'm hearing like from Heather's description, actually, like teacher is the teacher, but I'm going to the principal who's saying, or sorry, the SPED director who's saying it's supposed to be this, and it just feels really circular. I think the other thing, and I appreciate you bringing up classified, I think we just have to be careful, because a paraprofessional is not paid on a certified salary scale, it's like half. And I don't know that we can ask them, can you be a co-teacher? And so I just want to be really like mindful of that, because it's asking them to do way more than they're paid for. I don't want that to come off as like, here's why it can't work. It's really more illustrating the very real need to get clarity. And so my plug actually is, I know questions came about the audit, but it really is very important that we have voices of teachers and classified staff, paraprofessionals in those focus groups that are happening next week, because like we have these stories here. And I think it's very powerful to actually hear them from those voices too. And so I would encourage that, because I personally, I would say I have a very invested interest in helping really make the programming strong across, because it matters for our kids. And it truly isn't, we're doing it to be like, look at what we're doing, but it's like genuinely because we can improve outcomes for both kids, but also staff who's working with them and so that, so.
Yeah, I would say this year, and working with our SSM more closely, it is something I've learned is again, that there is like this weird dynamic within those meetings of like the supervisory role and like offering things, and we have worked together for me to have more communications with our paras, and I think it's helped ease a little bit, and we collaborate on things that might have been communicated, and then I can kind of like help guide. But I do think it's a thing when you get staff turnover and you get younger staff who might not all be aware of what does a para do in my room, and they just see them as a person who's there. And there isn't that training just of all staff of what those roles could be and what their responsibilities, because some might be like, well, can you do this? I'm like, oh, that's not really what I'm gonna be doing. So like, those are type of things that just like the clarity, and I agree if we could carve out more time or some time for that, it would be good at all levels, building and district level.
Yes.
Maybe this way, like not representatives. I do find often with SSM students, it's elective teachers where they will have the SSM students in their class and a paraprofessional in their class. And not only clear to them what kind of modifications to the lesson should they be giving to the para versus should they be directing the student in, and that could be a lack of collaboration time or probably it's a lack of collaboration time or just sitting down and having being able to talk about it. And so just I do think paras have really different experiences in different classes depending on what that teacher's prior experience is or what their just kind of comfort level with working with another adult is, which then means that those kids have different levels of inclusion in the class that's kind of predicated based on the communication style of the two adults in the room versus like a vision, I guess if I'm, and maybe like feedback was the wrong word in the interest, maybe it's collaboration, but like, how do we create the best collaboration without overstepping on certified teachers' roles, to make sure that kids are really appropriately included in the classrooms where they're attending with their other peers, would be the goal, that they're not just on the side with a para. And that it's not inappropriately asking a certified teacher to do something. I think of the confusion in there too, the lack of clarity.
Yeah, it is.
I think so. It's complicated.
It is very complicated, and Jason, I just want to make it clear, like, that explanation that I've been given when I've asked is the current model. I feel like I advocate for what I feel like I need in my building, and I get the support that I need, and I know it varies from building to building, but I wasn't like trying to place blame or say that I think that administrators are not doing what Patrick says that they should do, because I personally think this is a special education department issue. I just want to read a statement from an IEP. That's why I also think that paras need to be paid more. This student will receive 1,860 minutes per month of academic support in the general education environment to support with accommodations by the special education teacher and or a paraeducator under the supervision of and collaboration with the special education teacher. So because of the ratios that we have in SSM, I cannot provide the minutes at my level of expertise for all of the students on my caseload. So I rely on the para educator to actually be the teacher under my supervision. I mean, this is a common statement in an IEP.
Okay, thank you.
Pass.
So I want to play on the complexity piece because I think it's more than just STEM. That's, what I wrote down in my little notes here, the questions of licensure and liability emerge for all sorts of staff and districts. Specifically when I see pre-K, Sometimes they're not just under CE type licensures, but also they're under sort of the DORA regulations. Department of Regulatory Agencies, if you're not familiar with them. You have SPED, you have medical issues where you have essentially nursing paraprofessionals working under the license of a nurse. So I think from a story standpoint, identifying the various places and conflict points is something that is important in the complexity of this issue.
Thanks, Pat.
So Stacy brought up something I was thinking, we have this Fed audit going on right now, and we don't know what they're gonna come back with. And so I'm wondering if we're putting the cart before the horse, like, let's look at the findings, let's look what their suggestions are. We were paying this amount of money for this, I hate for a group of people to volunteer all this time and then be told it was the wrong area to be volunteering the time on.
Is there a time frame on this audit? Do you complete it?
It'll be done in the next couple months. My comment, I don't think that this will be vastly different from a pain point that they'll identify. Given that it came up as an issue last year and it's a constant like source of question and things like that. And so I'm not advocating that we put an entire committee, but even if it doesn't, I think like I would still put attention to it with the spec department and say like, we need to clarify at least a small part of it. So.
Pass.
Yes.
Cards?
Pass.
I'll put my card up.
No, you don't have to. You're
Perfect. You're
next. I just, one, like, I'm curious, I'm not familiar with the SSM teacher or sped teacher contract, is it written into the contract and the job description that they are going to be supervising their professional? Is it in the contract that they're responsible for creating their schedules and, like, I don't know, that wording on there?
Maybe that's. Have a description of our, admin, teachers, the teachers have a description of our job.
I just want calendar.
Monitor the bathroom.
Sharpen
Sharpen utensils.
Yeah, it's a different job. But no, I think it's actually calendar and. Teacher contract. Yeah, like I don't think it's like under.
They have the same contract that all other teachers do, right? It's fun teachers. Different salary schedule, but same.
So then that
same
would be
contract.
missing from the, like,
Well, there were, by that same argument, though, there would be a lot of things that we all do that are missing from the contract, right?
sure, but I feel like that's a much bigger role, like, they're actually managing a staff of people every day. And yes, I'm sharpening pencils every day, but come on, like. Pass after that.
Okay, cards, if you have a comment. Story.
I have a clarifying question first. Do you think that they'll have, you said they'll probably identify this as a pain point? Do you think they will have recommendations? Because that's what I think exactly the really important thing. It's like that group has more expertise than we do on solutions.
That's a good question. Let me clarify. I guess. I hope that in the focus groups, this comes up because it seems to be a big enough issue. We do want people with kind of focus groups that helps inform also like what's the biggest like success challenges too and area for improvement. I'm not sure in terms of the granularity of a recommendation. It could be here's where I would prioritize your time. But again, I think like the theme of clarity of roles and responsibilities is really important still. Yeah, I'd be like, here's where its strengths are. The report would outline here's where the strengths are. Here's what I recommend in terms of this bucket. Around the human capital.
Anna?
I think there's a world in which if we determine that this didn't feel like an interest worth tackling with the group, that we could like, we did something like this before as IBB where we just made a recommendation that this be attended to and we could summarize the story, put it into a letter, send it off to PCG and just say, in the annual process of our interest-based bargaining was certified, this came up, we decided not to tackle it, we knew this, but we wanted to share with this as a data point that lifted up from this work.
So
Anna,
I'll have
what's
to-
PCG?
It's
Oh,
the
sorry,
main- It's the public consulting group, that's the group that's running this review.
Okay.
they're just the audit, the like. Third party.
Got it.
Yeah, sorry, no, good check.
Okay, Lana?
In addition to that, in our first meeting, we kind of talked about school safety and we kicked it back to LCM and I think that could be another solution in this.
Especially because it overlaps classified.
I really like that idea. I wonder if, because there were, in the work that we did in last year's group, there were also some other straggling things that if we go back in our notes and in our slideshow. I mean, it was so recent and irrelevant. I wonder if we could also include that information in the feedback to PCG, because this is, I mean, this is really important feedback for them to hear that they may only get a bit of.
If you can send that to me, I
Yeah.
have weekly calls with them.
Yeah.
That'd be great. There will be a survey later, actually, going out at the end of this month for anyone who couldn't come to focus group, and we are asking for broad input too, but definitely share with me. You don't have to put in the survey to let it'll be shared, because I can do it.
Okay.
Okay. So we've gone through the three interests, correct? So plan would be now to caucus. And then come back and share what the caucus determined. And then whatever we figure out, we can thumbs anything final that we need. Okay? 15 minutes, you,
15.
yeah. Okay.
And
And then we're looking for a 3 o'clock time slot for Christie to come in. 15, okay, that's, thank you. 3:15.
Every
would choose to thumb. And if you're this, you're all in. If you're this, you're in, but you're not sure, you're not for that. Is that okay with everybody to do?
And this stops it.
That stops it. There can be some dialogue around that. And then once we get that done, we'll figure out what's the next implementation things committee wise and any other recommendations that might come up. All right. So the very first one had to do with the consistency. Let's see what we say. We called it reducing the impact of staff absences on the consistency and continuity of the learning environment for students. Thumbs on that. Okay, so we have no down thumbs. So that is something that the team agrees to work on. And we'll move, once we get through them all, then we'll move to figure out what we'll do next for each one. Okay, the next one, I don't think we modified from above. Have an interest in creating a competitive full package of salary and benefits. Thumbs on that one. Hopefully there's no sideways thumbs on that. Okay, good there. And the final one is clarifying and supporting certified staff role in directing and provide positive and helpful feedback or collaboration to classified staff in their classrooms. All right, we got many thumbs. Okay, so that one's got like 6, 7, 8 thumbs down. So that one the team will not work on. But then as we go through, we could talk about what might need to be done, as was mentioned with referring it to the PCG or something like that. Okay. So in terms of these 2 that we've chosen to do, are you wanting to form committees around both of those? Dinah?
We have a proposal on how we would like to work for them. We would like to work on the second one about salary benefits. We would like to work on that one all together as a full group of IBB. For the first interest, we would like to make a subcommittee that only a couple members are a part of, similar to the health insurance committee that we currently have formed.
Okay, so then process for the whole team. Are you looking to have some outside of the negotiation time meetings to work to gather information, fill proposals, or just put it all into a negotiation session?
I think that's a discussion we can have if we all agree that we would have one large committee and then one smaller committee that meets to deal with the interest number 1. That's how we would like to proceed.
Can I just ask for an explanation as to why, because that feels like people who are on that subcommittee are now doubling, adding more time.
The reason we want to be all together, first of all, is because we think it's important for all members of our SUV to have their voice in the salary conversation currently. And then to have a small committee, we felt like the workload did not need everybody. Was more manageable to have smaller committee. We already have a small committee working on health insurance and benefits that 4 people already on, so there already are people who are doubled up. And so hopefully, and calendar, so we already do have some people who are doubled up. Anna, myself, Stephanie, Megan. Christy is working on the health insurance response.
So clarification, and just for me to connect, you would want to have some outside meetings prior to negotiation with the whole group.
Yes. Yes, if I'm understanding correctly.
You're wanting to make a committee of the whole group.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not a bargaining session. It is
No,
a
it's a
committee to work to gather information. Okay.
Just as a clarification question on that, I know in the past when we've had these types of committees, it's been like once a month or twice a month for X number of hours after school. Are we thinking that would be the same type of thing? Like it's after school, you're meeting for an hour and a half every other week? type thing with everybody.
I don't have a current thought, but I think whatever the team, us as a whole group, because it's, so that could look like after school like that, it could be a full working session, I don't know. What that would look like.
Yeah.
That's a conversation we can have.
I have maybe a recommendation, at least on process to get that salary committee started. This was gonna be, I think, something I would have said to the committee if we were smaller. You know, in conversation and trying to prep Christy for that meeting, kind of CFO meeting with IBB, and knowing that that's kind of end of January and we're hoping to pull all the IBBs together. One of the things that we had kicked around and I talked to labor management committee about was that, you know, we're trying to make sure that, Christy gets some work time with Shannon to understand the historical context and how this has worked before. And so we were hoping that Shannon could be a part of that, conversation. And when we were planning, this is Christy, Shannon and I talking through it, and just talking about audience, Shannon's recommendation, and Christy and I agreed, was that if we have certified classified admin IBB all there for the presentation, the more historical context Shannon felt was more helpful just for this team. And so what she recommended, and I said, oh, well, let me pitch it to the salary committee, was that we do that meeting on the 27th or whatever that is, that week of the 27th. And that the certified salary committee then has a follow-up meeting after that with Christy and Shannon together. So I guess I'm just saying that if a recommendation from Christy and I and Shannon with that team would be that we, and I would love to like solidify, because this is the biggest group, what time that meeting could happen that week. I would love to walk away with that recommendation from the team. And then if that feels right to everyone, that we could pick that second date. And maybe at that point we see whether that's once a month or depending on where the numbers fall and how much we have to work with and what we're all looking at. So there's just some structural stuff to think about.
Could you elaborate more about why the historical context is mostly for us?
I think it had to do with I think that meeting and the way that the funding has worked through systems that, and I think it partially maybe even had to do with the conversations that happened in the health insurance committee where we were trying to make sense of the CBC and the fact that there is a CBC for certified and there isn't for the other groups. I think the other groups in that process conversation felt a little like, I don't know, what are we talking about? And so it was just a consideration that we're talking about how the CFO budget update impacts salary conversations, but it may be helpful to have Shannon's perspective for certified. I don't know, that was kind of their thinking that there's more history with certified than there is with classified than that.
Follow-up. There are a lot of people in admin that have been teachers. Could you reach out to those groups and see if they want that extra viewpoint?
Totally, you told me, yeah.
On YouTube, sorry.
Or if the salary committee Eddie's out with, if certified salary committee Eddie's out with Christine Shannon. Or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like,
I think
they can watch it online or they can come either way, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm being there. I think the thought was that, let's just say that's like the Thursday, January 30th would be all of the IBBs or the IBB's salary committees. It's who we were thinking would be in person, and that would be live streamed for any staff member. And then what Shannon and Christy proposed is that if needed or interested, if certified would like Shannon to be part of further conversation around that, we could do a just certified salary committee meeting with her as well.
No, that's why I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, I think that it seems to me that it mattered to this group that Shannon was connected.
To talk about what? the way the money works, the way that we talk through salaries, the way we have gotten through hard times historically.
Fair share.
Their share through those components, the way that worked. And it seems that that might be a helpful value add, and we're contracting with Shannon to help Christy figure out our budgets and make sense of history and current practice, and so it was just an offer to have her involved in that. And as we talked through the way this was gonna look, she was like, I don't think I have a role in this initial meeting, but if somebody wanted to follow up and sort of I might want to, I'm happy to be there, talk through that historical precedent. I don't still understand what would happen actually at each meeting and like the timing of them, I guess, like logistically what's happening. Is it okay, we're not carding right now?
Yeah, no, you got, nobody else is stuck a card up, I'm watching.
Okay, my understanding, and again, you guys, I have a very limited view on IBB and from last year only, is that there's a moment that would have been today where the CFO gives an update and talks about the money, and that guides them, the salary committee, on what they have to do or don't have to work with. When we picked this date and wanted to do this, I knew we couldn't get ready for that conversation, that there's no way, given where we've been with the audit, with what Christy's had to learn, with the complexities of the position, with the 120 hours she's putting in every week, that we would have that presentation ready. And we are really trying to build in to have, in that presentation being what I believe you're looking for and we're looking for is, here's a projection for 25-26. And one of three things: either we're in a very serious deficit and we have to make really hard decisions, additional decisions about what we have to cut, and here's how we gotta do that. 2, we're flat, there's no money, but we think we've got it. Or 3, great, we've got this additional money, that's what the IBB teams have to work with, here's how we calculated that, here's what that share is for the 3 groups, go. We're just not, we knew we wouldn't be ready to answer that today. And so then, and also then realizing like, well, we got 3 groups, does this happen 3 times, or could we just do it once? To kind of give that overarching picture of our best projection for 25-26. And so we have been then putting it together as, well, let's do that moment together with the 3 IBBs. And if we need to then eddy out with the smaller, because then we have 3 salary groups, every IBB has a salary team. Then they could take that information and do the work that they need to do. And then so that first thing would be the January 30th possible. Is that a set date or? I mean, it's like our target of when we look at trying to, Christy and I have been building pretty tight budgets of trying to look at when we're, we have to get a supplemental budget to the board before January 30th. We had to get our audit done. So it's just, we're trying to time some of the regulatory compliance pieces with what our eyes can see in terms of clarity on historic and present and future budgets. And so trying to piece all those things together. It's just that timeline.
I have 2 clarification questions. January 30th, you've been calling that the budget summit.
Yeah.
Okay, so just so if you remember hearing that earlier today, that's the same thing as you're talking about right now. Second question, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the health insurance committee goal to have a decision before January 30th?
That would be great because we would know where we're at, but I think the complexity that came up right with health insurance was like, there's so many if then, if could we tolerate this, or if there's a little more money, could we shoot for this option? So I think, it's not gonna line up perfectly. None of this is lined up well. Because so much is interconnected, as we've even named today, that it's hard to talk about health insurance without talking about salary. It's hard to talk about. And it's hard to talk about those things without talking about next year's school budgets and staffing levels. And so we're trying to move all these pieces, and the clearer one group gets, or the closer one piece gets, and that clarifies things for other teams. And so it's trying to move all these pieces a little bit together. And so I think, a lot of the story, it's gonna be the best update we can provide at the end of January, but we
we believe that we'll have the time to really get a better picture of 25, 26 by then, but. Of course, there's still, you know, who knows what's gonna happen with the state legislature and how that's gonna shift, but I think if we can. Get clear on if we think, you know, where we think we're gonna land on those three options, and then be prepared. To say, here's a couple worst case scenarios, okay scenarios. And I think that's kind of what we're trying to wrap our heads around with a lot of these decisions, and I think why. With health insurance, when we talked about maybe what we end up recommending is a series of like. Scenarios of here's worst case, here's if there's, you know, I think our differential, right, we looked at those three plans was a plus 600,000 and a plus 1.2. And so maybe there's a world in which, and if we can flush that out if we, health insurance decides it's not just a straight only pay for the employee, but, you know. I think it's gonna have to be a little bit of a nuance, how far can we get? How can the conversation inform what is most important? How do we try to preserve that moving forward and bring along those next most important things if we have the resources?
Okay. Any other questions? So I had a question, but I went to the CBC. So the insurance committee is just going to come up with basic information and a recommendation, and the group will then negotiate that to say yes or no. Okay, just wanted to make sure I saw that in CBC. So, sure. Okay, so are we good with everybody being on the compensation committee? Is that the way we want to structure it?
I was just gonna say, the nice thing, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Rusty, because the nice thing, if we were all on it and had meetings scheduled. And the health insurance committee needed to come back for a consult, we'd already have the time. Does that make sense? And it'd be the same, our same crew who's looking at salary compensation that's gonna have to come together anyway at some point. And the health insurance committee says, hey, we think these are our three scenarios, and certified IBB okay with that, we're all gonna have to get together for that decision, so. I didn't think about that dual purpose if we were all that committee and had some meetings scheduled.
Yes, thanks.
I would try and follow, I promise. So the big committee saying that for interest group to have everybody. We're gonna schedule work time on it. I hear you about the time. I'm a little worried that the group this size. Moving things forward, but maybe, and so I guess my question is, are we going to have it like that no matter what, or can we like this, and maybe we're imagining there's like. Smaller groups within the group, there's like I'm not sure, but that's just one question. And then for the question piece, Anna, with the health insurance committee, if they have a question, if we already have a set. Time that we're working on this, but it's like, as much as possible, everyone in your groups or something are doing the work. We still have the time, but. I don't know, I guess I'm trying to understand like the entire group. I'm not fully opposed to it. And maybe it's just more of a technical question. Have you been in a subcommittee of 4 or 5? We need a long time to have good discussions with the committee, and so I just want to make sure we're able to actually move work forward. That's my opinion.
So historically, this would not be the first time that we met as a whole committee in 2018-ish. That's what we did, is we just met as a whole IBB group to go through the budget and spend our time doing that. So it would not have, this would not be like a new thing for this group. Historically, we structured it, we would do like, you know, this was before the world of the virtual, so I do feel like that might be a little different, but we sat in this room right here. For many hours after school. Yeah, did it after school.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Adam, I'm sorry, you got Kenny's thing up, so I just read. It's okay. I knew it was you, but my brain got messed up. I just got a little, my brain freaked out.
Yeah, just, I mean, I just wanted to put in a voice feasibility that we're gonna probably get 90% of people. And also to just say that was like our side in the caucus, that was like what we wanted. We're not like telling all the other members of this group that they have to be on it, right? So I just wanted to make a distinction that like, we weren't suggesting that it had to be everyone in this room, we were just saying we all were.
Yeah.
So.
Okay,
That's a good point, thank you for clarifying.
okay. Anna,
Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, some of the things that I feel like being on the committee, the salary committee last year, and thinking about what we heard today. I could also see that, yes, it's a big group, but if we're tackling things like trying to get comps. I'm hearing about questions around school resource allocation frameworks. I'm biased because I brought this up, a fair wage blueprint, international accreditations, like I could see even within salaries. There's some little groups that might just like, hey, let's go see if we can work on this. You know, because there was a lot of the story around this that had things we could work on.
okay, Kenny, then Megan. I also see one benefit of the full group is I've seen what's happened before when there's been subgroups and then it gets brought back to the main group. And then it's sort of, no, we don't agree and it has to sort of be redone. And so if it is the one big group making the decision, it's not gonna be brought back and then shut down and then having to start again, which has happened more than once.
Yeah.
And the last time we did this at Autumn referenced, whenever that was, 2018 or whatever, a big reason that happened was because there was a lot of issues we were hearing from our constituents bubbling up, like, we don't understand this and like this lack of trust. And I think we're in that place right now, and this kind of structure could help make sure that we are trying to get as much information out there and our voices is heard as much as possible. It could help alleviate that concern for our constituents.
I would encourage you as either the large group or the smaller groups that you establish what your motivations are in solving this particular interest. The process of IBB has story. You then provide your motivations, the interests on the issues, and then you go to options. So that would be a really good thing to go through, because when you're trying to create a solution, how are you gonna know and evaluate an option that it's really meeting the needs of the team if you haven't laid out your interests? I would really encourage you to do that. And when I say that word interest, I mean your motivations to solve the problem, because that is your method in the IBB process to evaluate and analyze those options as to what meets the needs of the constituents of the district the best. Because the reason I say that, we're not gonna, since the whole team, we're not gonna come back negotiations day and start all over again, because you will have already all been through it. You know what I mean? It'd be redundant. You're gonna have only if you've reached some sort of an impasse as a whole group, would we then come back and run through the whole process again on things, okay? Right. So should we thumbs that we're in agreement that team, and again, it was stated that this was the association's primary goal. And there may be some admin folks who may not want to be on it, but there was also admin who said, yeah, it sounds like a good idea, so. I don't know if we need to. Should we thumbs the idea that we're gonna form one big committee on this?
Good decision. Yeah.
Okay, and if you don't want to be on it in some way, you can have dialogue around that. Okay, so thumbs on the large committee for. Okay. All right. So then you still need to figure out that other committee and how to work that with everybody, because there will be some doubling up there for people.
We have a couple of people who have already volunteered. You know, you guys haven't had that opportunity. I don't know if you guys wanna caucus and talk about it. And where you wanna send people, or if you wanna do something else.
I think we can do it right here. I'm interested in that one. That's on there. I'm guessing Jason is as well. The assistant principals are interested in coverage.
Okay.
Nothing to be involved.
Good, so we're making that list now.
I wonder if Stacy would also be the only time. We have.
Come on, question.
Oh, sorry, Jacob, I really got it.
Lyle.
Really important.
Yeah.
Molly, Lisa.
Maybe as HR person, because there's gonna be a lot of like sub push talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could it be Kathy?
Huh?
Or you wanna- I know, that's, put Begonia slash Kathy maybe.
HR. Okay, C or K?
She would.
Okay.
It's not on that. Does it have to be somebody's?
Oh, good question.
Right?
I heard you that's not Molly. I don't know. Who's Kathy?
Kathy is the guest teacher and coach coordinator. She replaced Kellen, who replaced Lisa, or maybe the opposite order.
Are they part of IBB?
But if they're not for IBB, they should join it.
It's more like an expert advisor we could talk to.
Yeah, we can
Maybe.
pull that, we pulled like Patrick.
Right.
Committee last year, so we can pull her. And
Okay, so then,
But I do think.
I think that'd be Begonia.
Begonia being there is the.
Yeah, but
yeah, Begonia should be there.
yeah. I don't know, Anna, you just said with Begonia being on though, that you didn't know her intended, so is that why you said Kathy? Because
No.
if it's like Begonia or no one, do we want, you know what I don't know.
I mean, yeah, she's got I just don't know how long the family emergency and it's out of the country, so. Like next week, I don't know that she can.
Could somebody be her IBB rep in her, like her proxy here while
That's
she's
what I'm
gone, so that we don't have an absence?
Yeah.
It's such a significant role. Group.
I mean, at least if we're using Kathy as a voice for HR, that seems fine, but we would. Obviously love to include Begonia when she gets back.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would think it's gonna be a week or two, worst case, until she's back.
Okay.
So if the group wants to meet sooner, I would say, like, let me know.
We could wait. There's probably work we could do though, that doesn't, like, would it be ethical to meet and then bring her in when she returns as a group? Not like we can't do anything with that.
Yeah, just look up the question.
Right.
And if you know what, I can, let's not be limited by my schedule, but, no, but I have a really fun solution that I wanna bring up, so. So if you just put me, like, I'll be on it, to get the work going.
Does it involve 40 kinders in one classroom?
That's actually, sorry.
Come back.
It was really fun, it's so cool to see you out. No, but I'll tell you. I'll tell you, it's worrying.
I will reiterate, it doesn't say it in your CBC, but typically in straw committees are often outlined in CBCs in the process, and so straw committees can bring in outside experts to help. If you're a committee, you want the best information given. Those outside experts do not have any role in voting or on that process. They can just share info. They might share in how things are organized and stuff, but they do not have a vote in the group. Okay. So yeah, Lisa.
I see interest one is called staff absences. Are we keeping it with staff? We talked about changing it to absences.
Yeah, we did.
Staff is something one, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Oh,
adults.
No,
Adults.
So I put staff.
Student absence, the whole.
Yeah.
Okay, let's stop. We got one card here.
I guess I'd like to reframe and maybe I'm wrong, for me, the interest is not about tackling staff absences. It was about strengthening continuity in the classroom that sometimes occurs because of adult absences. And I think that's different. And I think that if the interest is around kids experiencing consistent learning environments when adults have to step out for whatever reason, I think there's a difference. Solutions that'll come from that. Yeah, I would advocate for doing something like consistent learning environments. And know that. Anyway, something like that.
Okay,
I.
I guess I'm not on this committee, so maybe I will just say this and then walk later. For me, it's just that is such a big box of, like I said, that to me is ratio numbers. That to me is a lot of their pieces. I also struggle with staff absences. It just seems very teacher guilt and very teacher blaming in that situation. And I know that that's not the impact of what's being said, so I would love to reword it to make sure that like people reading this, like I know that this is a live session. I just want to make sure that we're all understanding that it's not, we're sitting here blaming teachers for being gone.
Heather?
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. I mean, we kind of already did this once. We reworded it. So I guess we need to decide on wording, because I'm worried that people will be watching this and think that it could be all these other things that are about their teaching.
Or about their. Oh my God.
Good.
I think that this is a hard thing to do, but we need to hold the cognitive dissonance that people out of the building has an impact on kids. My building is having a hell of a day right now and I'm not there, and our behavior team is having a hell of a day. I feel really guilty about that. And people need to take their days. People need to be able to meet like this. So we can say that staff absences have an impact and that we want to address that without saying that people can't be absent. And I don't think there's a way to wordsmith it perfectly, but we need to trust that people can hold that cognitive dissonance. That both of those things are true. And I wouldn't have fixed all the behavior problems if I was there.
You could just
like
like
my
them out.
All right, Molly, then Heather.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. I wonder if we, being that people are gonna see this who are not in the room, if we take the word staff out and talk about like classroom coverage for student continuities, I don't know. But you just having the word staff, like how we thought having the word teacher was, you know, pointing a finger at teachers, if we just need to take that out. Because it's about classroom coverage needs. It's not about, are you going on vacation or are you vomiting?
Okay, Heather?
Right, so should we say adult? I thought what I heard Anna say was that it's not totally about the impact when staff need to leave the room, that's only part of it. Maybe I heard the wrong thing. Maybe we should just say absences, or maybe we should say adult absences.
Stacy?
I think one fear I'm hearing is that when people are hearing absences, they immediately just think of teachers as classroom coverage. That would encourage them. But all the stories we talked about included leadership meetings that we have, like adult trainings that we have. So but I think people automatically equate absence to PTO, which that's a fool's errand. I wonder if reducing the impact of adults away from buildings in order to improve consistency and continuity in learning environment for students. And be very clear, like adults away from buildings, and when I think of staff, I actually think of everybody, not just teachers, but we can say adults away from buildings, because we are talking about leaders, teachers, classified, custodial, like we're talking about so many things. And I think one thing I heard together was we need to improve the system. It's not incumbent on one person or one group of employees, it's actually together. That's my suggestion.
As you scroll down, I'm just like.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
As people are saying things.
The next time we do this, I'll make sure that whoever is scribing, you will have control of this rather than me.
And I think adults away from
Scrolling
school
down
buildings,
more.
I think it's
Oh,
important to
up.
specify school buildings right now, because that's what we're talking about as
Here it is.
school buildings.
So it's this bit right here. Students are down below them. Does it have any?
Yeah, I wanted to say like. Again, we're wordsmithing, but the words matter here. It's assumed in this statement that they have been away from the building. I thought part of this committee was ways to reduce them being away from it, like the idea of like not having them us use instructional time for things that could be done on non-instructional facing, I don't know, it's just as is, it's kind of like well, that's just gonna happen. But I thought part of our solutions maybe were on the idea of like better using time where we don't have students to do things, so adults are less likely to be out of the building while students are in the building, if that makes
Frequency, is it reduced impact and frequency? Yeah, maybe frequency. We should work on that, because I don't want them to be like, so Charles, I can't do that. I mean, I think
Anna was next.
Anna's next.
Alicia, I really appreciate that. I think, what if it was something like strengthening consistency and continuity of learning environments as we support adult, personal, and professional needs? And when we do a root cause analysis of like, well, why is it hard to do that? We might say because adults are pulled out of the classroom a lot. Okay, well, let's maybe solve that, but that's not the only thing. And so, yes, I do think there might be some solutions around, hey, the DO needs different agreements of how many school staff we can pull out of a building on any given day. And we need to create thresholds for that and plans for that and creative trades of that, or how we can fill that time. But I wonder if that reframing can hold Kendall's kind of both truths.
Could we type that draft out
Yeah,
and go slowly? She did write it down, so I know she's thinking the same way.
Strengthening consistency and continuity of learning environments as we support adult, personal, and professional needs. I'm spelling all these words out.
Strengthening consistency and continuity of
Learning environments for students. As we support adult, personal, and professional needs.
Yeah, you just took it away from a kind of a deficit
Yeah.
mindset to a positive mindset.
adult, personal,
And-
professional needs.
And when we say reduce adding frequency, it's not the right answer. That makes it seem like people don't take fewer days. It's not this, but yeah, you just turned it positive.
Yeah.
Always better to have a positive statement, that's for sure. Any other wordsmithing thoughts there?
I wonder if it's just learning, not learning environment. Sorry.
Continuity of learning for students.
To a different environment.
I don't know. True.
Yeah.
Give them all the stuff.
Solved, done.
Okay. Good. All right, so now what was on the agenda was to divide up into our committees. This is one committee, but then we had the other committee. Should we go ahead and let those folks that are going to be on this committee separate out and be working for 15 minutes to maybe come up with a first date or something?
Well, we need to
Yeah.
decide when we're gonna meet. I feel like this group.
Yeah,
should
this
figure
group should
out-
do that first, you're right,
Yes.
because we're all together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
all
what I was-
together. Thank you.
Pick a opposite time and.
Yeah, and whoever
Who
can
can
show
come
up.
that time can come, like, but we're
Yeah.
gonna do it date by date.
I
It's gonna
agree.
become too much.
Just because of timing and communications, that budget summit is kind of crystallizing and into the Thursday, the 30th. So I'm hoping that might be okay, and if so, wondering if we could find, I think what we're thinking is like a 20-30 minute presentation followed by like 9 minutes of Q&A for a 2-hour block.
After school.
Thinking and after school, and especially if we're gonna like live stream for staff, so maybe as a recommendation on 4:30 to 6:30, 5 to 7, and then later 7 to 9.
Thursday, 6:30.
I have a wondering. If we just picked a Thursday,
Yeah,
if you just have Thursdays for this committee.
yeah, I agree with that. We're here.
Pick a Thursday now. I think Thursday now.
What's their end date? Or drop dead. At least for this committee, but for budget, yeah.
Gonna be June 20th, then June, for sure though.
It's gotta be timed, so it's ready for the board meeting, that's ready for. It's like usually the April board meeting that I don't know why April, but there's something about April and June. That we would always try and shoot for April. There have been a few times when we've gone into May.
We're always trying to get paychecks retroactive.
That's it, yeah.
Can't wait for that retroactive.
Today.
And then us to write you this check.
How about, yeah, how about before spring break? Cause it was the last week of March, right?
Yes.
And then it's done before.
Every Thursday, till every Thursday.
We're talking this group or we're talking both groups?
This group. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know, they have to drive to the bank.
Cause we usually wrap IBB with the board presentation. So there's only, there's only one in March 12th, and then there's April 9th and 23rd. So maybe we shoot for the board presentation the first week of April.
Yeah.
Or that's whatever, the first meeting in
The
April.
9th,
April
yes.
9th. So we work backwards from that. Which probably is before spring break. Does that sound right to everybody?
What was it again?
What's the proposal is that a final certified IBB proposal or presentation to the Board of Ed would be at the meeting on Wednesday, April 9th. And so we're just working back that we want to have our work done. Like, there's usually a couple weeks of drafting, right, material.
So somewhere around March.
Usually we can get everything done in a week. Once we have our final IBB meeting, because everybody comes with a kind of a skeleton. I mean, we don't know it's gonna get passed, but hopefully we have a good idea at that point, especially if we're working all together with this, we should have a good idea. Then we just create that final document that's gonna go to the board/staff. However, if the other committee is not done at that point, I would advocate that the other committee should be done at that point, but if it is not done at that point, then that would change a little bit, but. Usually the committees have their things ready, at least in draft form, and then it just gets all put together, and then we have like 5 days for everyone to give input and we finalize it, so.
So like Wednesday, April 2nd?
We're looking at March 13th, maybe. As our final meeting.
That's just conferences. That's just not. We're gonna have a lot of teachers on here.
I kind of like that. April 3rd. April 3rd, could our final meeting be April 3rd? Yeah.
When's the board meeting?
April 9th.
It has to go in the board packet by Friday.
You're
Yeah,
right.
so that's not gonna work.
Could we do it? Well, when's the board?
Friday.
Friday,
before.
the next day.
We're not gonna get it all
Oh, I see what
completed
you're
in
saying.
one night. I don't
So
think.
then the 20th, March 20th.
Are we looking for the full day or 4:30 to 6:30?
Oh. Well, last week, how about another sort of.
Yeah.
You want a day, you want a full day Thursday, don't you think? Usually we do, but I don't know if we need to. Usually we do our last day the full day. Yeah, but.
Is there a reason why we're looking and trying to do April 4th and we couldn't have it for the April 23rd board meeting? Otherwise, if we're trying to do that April 9th board meeting, it seems like we'd have to be at the latest, like the 20th of March.
I would recommend, from my perspective, looking at April 23rd because of state finance picture. Long bill generally isn't gonna be introduced before that, before April 1. So otherwise you'd be looking at predictions that may or may not be true.
But if we're talking about April 23rd being that date, we're still looking. As when it's presented to the board, we're still looking at April 4th. Being like the day of getting together as the last date, and if that's the case, then you're saying that still would be.
No, it might, you know, you can get everything wrapped up, but then you just make sure that the ledge is actually delivering on what they've been drafting.
Well, if April 23rd is the board meeting, then it has to be in the board packet by April 18th. And I would give us a week before that, so I'd say April 11th would be that final, like the latest we would want to meet.
I agree, April 10th.
When is the don't testing?
It's that week. CMS is is the 7th and 14th for elementaries and middles, and I think high schools are the week before for. One you guys, that's week's training grades, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. 11th grade science. 11th grade science is the week of the 31st, and then 7th and 14th are the big weeks. With the 21st is the makeup week. Or however your building schedule set.
Well, and then.
I know it's, report to the 25th.
So similar time. Okay.
Right, so you've chosen that date, and I need to choose the first meeting date.
We did, April 10th. Yeah, did we?
Oh, we did, okay. You choose a date for your final
How about
meeting,
April 10th?
April 10th.
That's good.
and that's a 4:30 to 6:30 meeting.
No, wait a minute.
Wait,
No.
we've always done it a full day.
Final IBB is a full day usually.
Yeah, I mean, just me sitting here as a facilitator, I'm like, what's the role of a facilitator for something that the whole team's already met and ratified as the thing they want?
We have the second subcommittee,
Okay,
and, yeah.
I mean, it might
But
be
it is true, it is good.
Maybe a half.
it could be a half
Tell
day.
yourself short, Rusty, I want you to feel important.
I mean, I'm willing to come, but I just sitting there
Yeah,
saying,
why don't we do
and
it
somebody in
after
this team's gonna need to work as a facilitator with this big a group. To keep everybody on track.
So then, let's go in the afternoon. We do afternoon?
Doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
So we do a half day on
It's afternoon, yeah, afternoon.
afternoon, half day on the 10th.
I'm just hesitant because every time it's going to have, they would run
Great.
Something happens, yeah.
Could we wait on scheduling that half day until a little bit longer in the process and see how we're rolling and see what kind of progress we're making? And it seems like our Thursdays are enough to get together and come up with what we need, or if we're gonna need that half day.
We're gonna need some time on the 10th, we all agree, right? We did that site. I think we hold the day. I think we hold the full day and then maybe reduce it to the half the day.
Let's start in the morning. Meet Miles' interest of not having to, I believe last year I was here till 7:30 in the
Yeah.
evening.
Cause we did in the afternoon.
No, did the whole day.
Oh, yeah, that one was.
Yeah, sorry. I'm ignoring Autumn too. Autumn, are you still your card? I've kind of been ignoring it, so I'm sorry.
How has this worked in the past with timing through CMAS? Because I don't understand how, like, we can be missing that many third through eighth grade teachers during CMAS testing.
And building on them.
Yeah.
We cannot start at 8 AM on the tenth.
I'm curious, like, if it's probably been this timing in the past of April.
No, we're
No.
usually done in March.
It's in March. That's what I was about to go with my calendar and
So
see.
we need to
when I
go
was
back to
here.
that original timing then and make this happen. 'Cause April, I think, will work frankly.
But we're here, we won't have state forecasts to really make those decisions that fast. So if that's an issue, I almost wonder if we push it the other direction. It's
In May.
I think probably, I would echo Kendall, during CMAS week, we can't have that many people out starting from the morning, like with the number of proctors and test, it's not. Not constrained. So, we can do later. Like,
On-
Or what about using a Monday of that week? I don't know anybody that tests on Mondays, would that be, you know, because there's so many absences all the time.
I mean, it seems like a lot of people, but really it's one person per building. Maybe a couple of.
But it's our test coordinators and our,
That's the problem with the test coordinators.
and the coverage.
And March fifth was
Seems
the
like a
date
good
last year.
opportunity to pass that back to your.
Our final meeting was March fifth.
And now,
I don't believe I had any other. Again.
PTO.
It was a key for me, they just don't have our kids and when they're not there.
Yeah.
It wasn't June. It was later in the year.
No,
but it wasn't-
Oh, it was
I do
the
have an April
superintendent
25th.
housing test.
No, that was admin.
So that April 9th or whatever board meeting and have it ready before spring break.
Not
Oh,
without.
it's, they already said that, I'm
You're
sorry,
fine.
Stephanie.
It's okay. What if we push it to Sarah Washington on the 24th? Yeah, if you're here the 25th for admin, would it make sense for you to be here the 24th for us, 25th for admin?
I don't have any dates. That was me referring to last year.
Oh, okay.
I'm open. I have a date for rifle in each month and that's it. I don't have any other dates locked in. That's certain.
Do we have any consensus yet on how often this group will be meeting? Because we also need to decide like how much time are we looking like that's gonna happen beforehand? We're talking of doing an hour and a half on Thursdays or 2 hours on Thursdays. Who knows if we're gonna need that full time come April to have meeting a half day. I still think depending on how much we're gonna be meeting ahead of time, we can at this time maybe play it by ear, depending on what our schedule is and see where we are that time.
I agree that if we are working well and efficiently, I think we could start canceling them, but I would like to have a pencil out and at least hold that. Just in case. I'd rather have a hold and like know that we have time rather than we can't get it done. Now we have to find more time. So I would suggest, I would suggest, let's just pencil it every Thursday, maybe like an hour and a half, whoever can come, can come. We block a full day on the 24th of April. And as we progress through this process, let's do some check-ins and let's like see where we're at. If it turns out we're super efficient, because I know this group is, and we're done by February 27th, then we're done by February 27th.
So you said April 24th? That works great.
And I would rather have something consistently on my calendar.
Well, an added benefit of April 24th is I have another content meeting that day at 4 o'clock.
So
That's crazy. We're lining up, the worlds are aligning.
Yes, Danny.
Can we do a thumb check to see if everybody's comfortable meeting weekly? Seems like a big ask without just checking in with people.
I don't want it, but I want to get it done.
Are we okay with meeting weekly?
After school. Can we repeat?
Every Thursday for an hour and a half.
I think here's what I want.
Right.
Can you repeat the question loudly, so make sure the recording gets it?
My question is everybody, just to do a thumb check to see if everybody is comfortable meeting for an hour and a half every Thursday for the next, who knows how long?
What's
Is there a virtual option, or do we need to be in person?
I guess my question goes back to the point earlier, which is like, you guys wanted this, like,
Yeah.
all of us don't necessarily have to be here.
Right.
No,
So the question is like, can we hold the meetings and then like
Off
come
in.
in? Like, or come in, like, I missed 1 week, but then come in and everyone's like, hey, let's refresh quickly what happened. And then move forward.
I think
in a
it's a
quick
great
thought.
idea.
I think like schedule it, but the idea of everybody being there seems like it's gonna be impossible. Or very positive, very challenging.
Yeah.
Sure, it'll be impossible.
Process.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes,
I hear the importance of moving the conversation forward rapidly and the value of having as many voices involved in bringing these solutions forward as possible. I definitely value that. I just want to identify that it is a huge time commitment on a staff, district staff. That's already, especially the financial department, already very booked and overwhelmed and busy, and there will be a critical voice in moving this forward.
Yes.
And so one concern is that if there's a mixture of people at each meeting, does that start to grade the conversation where the folks that were here 1 week learned and grew in this way and took these steps, and then the next week, other people are there and either ground is lost and it's inefficient use of time, or worst case scenario, expectations are misaligned because voices who need to weigh in weren't in the room. I feel as though that's just something to discuss, and I know as a board member, I would not be able to make those meetings. I don't know that I'll be on this committee. I need to talk about it with other board members to see who we represent here, but those two things, misaligned expectations and the pressure on the staff at the district.
I mean, Stephanie,
I was wondering if we could make it a norm that if you can't make it, because I remember the Thursday I can't, that you read the notes. And or we video all of it, and you can refer back to the video before the next meeting. That you take it on yourself, that that's part of the expectation of being in this. Also, I'm wondering, if we don't start next Thursday, because we won't have had the summit yet. Oh, that's better. If we don't start next Thursday, because we won't have the summit, and we start the, what is it, February 6th? Is our first one after we've had the summit, so we have that information before we start trying to tackle it, if that makes sense or not. Those are just my concerns.
okay, thank you, Alicia.
I was just wondering, because today we're missing her here and should be here any minute, right? Just is Christy going to be able to attend these? Because that is something in the past with the salary or compensation group that is always had our CFO. So, well, you heard me, you felt it.
Hi. You might want to actually walk back out for a minute. Oh, yeah, we're just.
There's a chair, no?
Are you using two?
Do I get the hot seat and you brought it?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. That might charge you to be, but we can go back to whatever. Just need it.
Chrissy, we're actually doing some scheduling and it's great that you're here and I don't know that you need to answer this right away, but we have a subgroup that looks a whole lot like everyone in this room. That's on salary. It's a straw committee on compensation.
Yeah.
And this is the for certified IBB, we have a salary compensation group that usually works with numbers. And we have lots of interest around this, so the team will work on. We're trying to figure out when that team is gonna meet, and we know that the budget summit is kind of the kickoff of that, and so we're looking at Thursday afternoons, kind of a 4:30 to 6:30 time, We know that the CFO is a really important piece of that team, and we're trying to figure out, is this a weekly Thursday meeting? How do we thread the amount of work we have to do with trying to make sure we all have time to do it? We're trying to balance that commitment, and so I think the ask is it's hard to frame. I mean, I guess I'm also unclear whether we need 2 hours every week for the next 3 months. On this work, well, I guess it's, we're checking availability on that, right? It's kind of where we're at. We're trying to see, you know, that the CFO is an important piece of that. There are interests that don't have anything to do with the CFO, I think, that, you know, when I think of like the, you brought it up. The international, that's more of an HR issue, right? And so there definitely is work we can do that you don't need to be there for. But we know that this is an important piece of it. We're trying to schedule time to do work that we have a general interest, we have committed interest in, don't really know the total scope of it yet. I'm wondering what you're doing on Thursdays for the next.
We have some clarity to this.
Saying weekly on Thursday, but we thought our time frame had to be done by the end of February, but now that they're not having to be done until the end of April, I wonder if we did every other week. Don't know if it's like, that was more like we have to get it done, but now that we have more time, I wonder if we do every other.
I mean, and it's almost like the only thing is that the initial onset of all this, it seemed like even in the health insurance committee, there was a lot of questions. That would be really great to have that continuity for the first couple of weeks for people to be able to answer their questions, and then maybe you can go to something that is every other week. Again, so that people remember and have that remembrance. It's fine with me, whatever you guys want to do. And your availability is okay?
And every other Thursday might be beneficial in that there's 2 other district meetings that happen on Thursdays. And so they happen every once a month, I guess, on Thursday. So anyways, that would allow for at least one of those Thursdays not to have that meeting, have people who would be here that would be double booked.
Typically, these meetings are virtual. Is that something that we're still wanting to do?
I think it's actually a big difference.
Yeah. Some of these meetings.
Yeah.
Last year we did.
Not until the very last couple raw ones where we brought more people together than we met here.
What if we did the 6th all together? In person. Okay. To deep dive on to Christie's point, in the beginning, we're gonna have a lot of complex questions. 6th of February, I'm sorry. What if we held the 6th? The board actually meets on the 20th, had to move a meeting, so that's not gonna be ideal for that, but going back to your recommendation, like what if we did do every other, well, what if we just do the 13th and then start every 2 weeks from there? And then do the 7th? We'll leave the 13th and so we'll do the 30th, 6th, 13th. And then start with doing every 2 weeks. Yeah, 6th, 13th, and 2 weeks. Okay. So, but the 30th is not us meeting, that other. Well, we're meeting there. We're part of that. We're part of that. But it wouldn't also be the work that we're doing for this.
It's just information, I mean, just information.
13th is conferences. I know how the conference is. 13th of February, March. Are we talking about February? You're right. We talked about 30th of January, 6th of February, 13th, February, 3 weeks in a row, and then doing every other week. Right? Which makes sense. But the conferences are different for every school, so probably, yeah. But nobody's having conferences on February 13th, right?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
February 13th?
No, March.
Okay, yeah.
When's this summit happening?
January 3rd.
When,
4:30 to 6.
Okay. You should have received an invite. Will we receive invites for these other meetings? Maybe working on that.
30 to 7:30.
Yes.
Once we
Well, that's what we're finalizing about.
February 27th will be a date where at least 3 people here will be able to make it. February 27th.
When we're looking at that calendar, I'm starting to map it out for us. If we're doing every other week, we get to the February 27th and then March 13th, which is conference week. Do we want whoever shows up, or do we want to bump it either up to the 6th or back to the 6th? Just bump it to the 6th. So can we do February 27th, March 6th, March 20th? Is that?
Kenny says that 3 of us can't come on the 27th, so. can
Both
we-
the 27th and the 20th would be at least 3 people missing. Myself,
Because of housing?
yeah,
I mean, I feel like that.
Yeah.
Skip honestly.
but it's also.
I would prioritize this.
Right, but I also know that Anna's at a meeting on those days also for
So not helpful.
equity, which is the same thing.
we have conferences on the 6th, but it's okay.
We do too, right? That's conferences.
I think we're gonna run into problems those 2 weeks later.
Yeah, Autumn?
I guess we'll say that we have the very lovely and talented Christy here and we have Raven left. And maybe since we have the first 2 scheduled, we can maybe get the rest of them scheduled and have that meeting so we can hear the piece.
And
So
so,
what, sorry, what 2 are scheduled?
yeah,
I
would you
thought we had
reiterate
that
those
first
2?
30th and the
Well,
6th.
The 6th and the 13th were the ones that were scheduled, and then we were gonna go to every other, but then we got stuck on that piece. So I think we have it scheduled for the 13th, and then from there we go.
So we don't have the 27th scheduled.
No, as of this time.
So
no.
currently it's the 30th for that thing
The
that
summit.
Christie's the summit, and then the committee would meet on the, what was the other 2 days?
And 13th.
6th and 13th. Does that work for everybody? Yes.
We're talking February.
Yeah, it's in the minutes, I have it
Is
written down.
Is the problem that it's Thursday? Should we switch to a different day of the week?
Again, I feel like we should wait for scheduling until later, so that we only have 30 minutes. Yeah, I guess.
But you are set for,
The
Those 3
first
days.
2 or 3, yeah.
okay, let's turn it over to Christie then.
The question that I have first is that I wasn't like, yeah, I don't have the invite to this meeting, so I don't have the notes to put that in a link, if that would be helpful or.
Sent it to Rusty.
Oh,
Looks like you just signed up.
okay.
The slide deck, or, is that right?
Yeah, the one that starts this way, Rusty.
Okay,
Just to make sure that everybody has it. You know, you guys, I'm really sorry that I didn't make today. I was looking at the timelines and I really thought we were gonna start the conversation on the finances on the 29th, so I apologize about that. I had some other previous commitments. I was actually working with Shannon to try to understand the school budgets in detail. So that's what I was working today on doing. So thanks for your flexibility. Relationships are really important to me, you guys. And so I'm gonna watch every minute of this meeting today. That's what I'm gonna commit to. And I just wanna make sure that your guys' questions are answered with where we're at right now, which is a moment in time, which is gonna change. But, just to make sure that people are starting to get their questions answered in the room and that we are starting to create that general understanding of what's needed. That's gonna help us with the next summit too, to make sure that we're answering your questions. Oh, super. So the first thing I'll go through is, this is something that we had prepared for the work session at the board yesterday. That talks about where we're at, just on a very high level for this year, this fiscal year 24-25, and then into 25-26, where we're at, right in the moment, okay? And then just feel free, as I'm going through this is only 4 slides, so it can be really interactive. Everybody can just say, hey, I have a question, you know, that doesn't throw me off at all, it's totally fine.
And, so we'll start with, 24-25. We actually, going back one step, is we actually just had the audit report presented last night to the board. And so that is now completed, and the results of 23-24 were pretty normalized as far as what we thought the projection was gonna come in at, so that was pretty good news. The only exception to that is the part of the health insurance fund that was related to the loss from 23-24, because we have to put that back into that fiscal year for the loss that was related to that year. So the loss is in 2 years for the health insurance for 23-24, 24-25. But other than that, it was fairly good news from that vantage point. We have a lot of work to do within the finance team and just on finance structures, and internal controls and things like that. But from a financial perspective, it was really a good audit. Based on projections, no big surprises. So then going into 24-25, this is where we really started to have the majority of the deficits that were found. And that total is right now standing at $5.3 million. Now, 2 million of that is 2.2 million, I should say, was in the budget originally. That was a carryover, one-time carryover for the schools, carryover for curricular carryover. So that is something that was already anticipated, but there's still this $3.1 million number that we're still having to work on, and we're still of that number, we're still working on 2 million of it. So, so that's where we're at. We're looking at having this resolved and discussed with the school board at the January 29th meeting. In detail, the board has asked for a lot of very specific detail, which is great. I think it's the right work. And I'm glad they're pressing in on that. But just to see what we had to cut this year to get to where we're at, even this $2 million reduction, and try to fill that gap even at that board meeting. So, so we still have some ways to go. So
Chris, can I ask a question? You said we knew we were carrying $2 million in debt over. Did we also know how we were covering that? Are we in the plan, or did we have to come up with a plan to cover it? Does that make sense?
yeah, it does. We are still finalizing the plan to find a way to cover the $2 million.
The 2 million from 23-24.
No, 24-25.
I mean, the one that we knew was coming because of curricular or whatever that you said, like out of the 5 million, you said 2 was a known entity that was coming at us.
Yeah.
Did we know how we were dealing with that known entity without this other situation that arose?
Yeah, we don't have to deal with that because we have fund balance to cover that. That's a carryover that is already accounted for.
Okay.
So that, but you know, if I don't put that in the
Right.
number, then it's gonna seem really weird when it comes back at 3 million, right? So like, you know, so just so you know that is already accounted for. Great question.
Okay.
So, and we're still working on the other part of the losses for that year. Part of the, how we've come up with this is the Meadowwood construction savings, general fund balance reserves, and mostly those two are used to offset the health insurance losses more than anything else, not our losses that we found in our budget. And then the board is still talking about the potential of selling assets, if needed, to make sure we throw up our fund balance. And then other budget savings such as unfilled positions are some of the things that we're talking about. We also are, you know, we've got a lot of different details that I really encourage everybody to look at that board report when it comes out for next board meeting, and you're gonna get a lot of that detail there. Okay, so when we look into 25-26, because this deficit that has kind of reared its ugly head in 24-25 is now here until we cut it. So, so this is kind of what we're seeing in 25-26 general fund revenues. The estimated revenue changes at this point in time were 400,000 in the red. That means we're looking at having 400,000 less in general fund revenues than this year, what was budgeted for this year. That's compared to budget, okay? The governor's proposal total program funding is at $2.2 million increase, which was, there is a 1.88% student increase for the per pupil revenue. And then, but then on the negative side, they're looking at no averaging. They're looking at taking an averaging out. And then
but then the 10% phase in for the at-risk calculation, that new calculation in the formula is added in. So that's how this is seeing a large increase of that $2.2 million. We still have to determine in the next round about whether or not that phase in for 18% for the governor's proposal is gonna stick. And on the negative side, the at-risk student count for 24-25 is a little bit lower than what we had anticipated in the past. So we think we're gonna get a little hit that is not included in this number, in the tune of around 100,000 more in a hit there. So it's trying to hit that revenue kind of in the middle of the road somewhere, not trying to over or underestimate it. But there are still a couple of unknowns that we're hoping that are going to be more known to us, and that January 29th date too, so we can still give some more updates. The student count is the real negative on our revenue changes for total program funding. We're looking at the 24-25 reduction of 950,000. That is not taking into account any averaging. So that's when you take averaging out of the equation. That's why when you look at the reports for 24-25, it's like looking like a $700,000 to $800,000 loss, but now it's 950. That's that difference of averaging. So that's what we're looking at there. And then we also have a projected additional loss of 945,000 for an additional loss of 75 kids for 25-26. So we're trying to make up for the loss of students over 2 years, because in the 24-25 budget, what we did is we actually estimated an increase in students. So then we actually had a decline, and then as the demographers report came out, that is more of a trend that we're looking at that over the next 5 years being the case. So then we're like, all right, we really need to shift gears here. And so that's why it's hitting us 2 times in one fiscal year.
And can I ask a question about that with the declining enrollment? Is that just like average for the entire district? Because I know there's certain communities that very much is not true for, so it's kind of hard to hear that when that's not what we're seeing. It feels like we're slightly being like misled. So is that just for the entire district then?
Correct.
Okay.
It minus charter schools, because the charter schools are pretty much a stagnant enrollment. And we don't want to incorporate those numbers in here because that amount of dollars for total program funding is just passed through.
Yeah.
So that's not impactful to what we're trying to do here, or, you know, our allocations for formulas for staffing, et cetera. So we're just trying to incorporate that on a district-wide level.
Okay.
And there are some schools that are looking to be flat. I would agree with you, maybe slightly up. There are other schools that we're seeing some enrollment declines.
And just to add on to that, and I think when we looked at the 5 to 10 year projections from the demographer, you know, we see a little bit of movement, a little bit of bump, and then in that 5 to 10 year, for his projections, everybody falls off. So we do have funky pockets right now where some schools are feeling it kind of profoundly, and others are like, we're bursting, which is true. As a district though, the numbers are steadily declining, and then what we see is the trends. There's a little bit of this for some schools and then it falls off. And that, I know somebody asked earlier, and I'll pop it in the notes, the demographer's report and then his update on projection post-October counts. So I'll put those in while.
Oh, no, that's a great question.
I also, I guess, I've been here long enough now that the projections have been very wrong in the past, and we've made budget cuts based on projections that were wrong. And so I'm just curious, like, what safeguards we have, what checks and balances we have with that in mind, just knowing of it happening. I have only been here, this is my 8th year. I've only been here on 8 years, and it's already happened once that we were projected incorrectly, and then we cut, and then later had to turn around and rehire or whatever the people we had just like moved out of our school, or told like we didn't have a position for them. But then we were like, oh, we're busting at the seam, we need people. So we replaced people who would have been wonderful with people who maybe like we got in last minute, all that, so.
It's a really good push, Alicia. You know what historically, or like, and I only have a lens of what Nathan did. He would run projections based on student counts, October counts, look at enrollment throughout the year, and he would make a projection. What the demographer Shannon Bingham is probably as good as it gets to like a crystal ball person to give us a projection, because he looked at all the same stuff that Nathan would always look at. He also then brings in kind of a science of student population demographics, where he looked at birth rates, he looked at development, housing developments, he looked at how built out our city, our towns all are, he looked at the actual rate of like how many kids per unit different types of development generate. So the difference between trailer park generating 2.5 kids per unit versus RVR, like 1 kid per 10 houses, versus a gigantic condo by Glenwood Meadows, which is like 1 kid per 25 units. And so not all development is equal in terms of kids. So he was looking at pulling together all that data. And so our belief on having these projections that he did in the fall, and then he reset, looked at October count to see where they were and made them, was that that's about as our decision point to use his projections to budget, are that he's looking at more than we are, and we're gonna see how it goes for this year. And if we have to revisit how we project, we will. What we're really nervous about is, because our fund balance is so low, because it is probably likely that the governor's proposal to get rid of averaging is gonna go through, that there's no buffer for us. If we overshoot, we won't have reserves, and we won't have without the averaging, we won't have that buffer to cover the costs if we do what we did this year. Does that make sense?
Yes. Is this the first time we've used a demographer? In
No.
the past, it was Nathan who did it, but now we have this other person.
I only know as far as working with Nathan that he's done it, and when we talked to Shannon, her take was like, we've always pretty much budgeted flat.
Yeah.
And we're delighted to see slight increases.
Yeah, it's true. And I think that
The last time we did a demographer report was when they decided to vote review. And they were predicting an increase of kids in that area. Yeah. And that level would be over GSMs.
Yeah. Oh, I lost my train. I'm sorry, I thought, but no, that's fine. Yeah, it's an important point. Oh, this is what I was thinking too, Anna, is like, do you think that some of the double check, because I think that's a really important point, is some of the double check is really the conversations that we've been having with principals too, and really getting deep on those numbers and having those conversations. I think that's really the reliant part of that too, is making sure that we're open to those discussions with schools and looking at data differently. Make sure that we're triangulating in these cases of anomalies, because no system is perfect, I mean, but to Anna's point is that he does look at a lot of different, things, so that it's as good as we can start with. But I think that we're gonna have a lot of conversations moving forward with principals and stuff, with the understanding that we have to be really thoughtful though, also about not getting too high on that too, because I think it kind of got to a point where we listened a lot to people and everybody thought their student count was gonna go way up, and then it didn't happen, so then we got in this position. So it's always a push-pull a little bit. Oh, that's a great question. And then, so that's really where we're at. We also have to make up for the mill levy override money that, was over budgeted for this year. What happened was there was an error on the budget, and, that they used a, inflation number that was 5.2%, and it came in at, with the Denver Boulder CPI at 1.45. So that was what we had to use, for the increase of that 2021. And so that was a big, there. The other items to be determined, I've been starting to look through that. I'll give you guys a little bit of a precursor. There's the issues that I'm seeing in the budget that are onto the negative. But there's one positive, the abatement number that, we have added to the budget this year, which is abatement for bond, mill levy for property tax, as well as the, the mill levy for the override, and we think that we can probably hold that a little higher than we have in the past, so that's adding 350 to the budget. And then, on the downside, really our interest earnings, man, are gonna hit us hard next year. And that's assuming that interest rates remain the same, it's just a matter that, we're looking at reducing our cash balances by $13 million this year, into next, and that's why I've had a lot of conversations with the state loan program, around, the borrowing levels and some of their concerns around that, and it's pretty time consuming and what's been happening there, but that reduction of $13 million, in cash is really gonna hit our interest earnings, because they're currently sitting at close to $1 million, and that could reduce those by a third to a half, so, I mean, 2/3 to a half, yeah.
Can I just add that the vast majority of that $13 million is the money that we paid to Meadow?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. For sure, because we're utilizing that, capital reserve balance down and the transfer to Meadow. I mean, it's great reasons to do it, and the self-insurance issue. So that could be another thing you're gonna see is a potential negative, but we're still looking at that very carefully, and my intent, and I don't know what you guys think about this, is to really walk you through a lot of the revenues so that you guys are really thoroughly understanding the general fund revenues pretty specifically, and I don't know how much detail you've gotten into that in the past, but I think that it's important that this team understands that. So I was really gonna focus a lot of time around that potentially, and I just wanted to see what people thought about that kind of approach. So anyway, sounds like people are shaking their heads yes, so that's good, okay, awesome. So we'll continue along that vein as we're getting ready for the summit. Estimated expense increases, we're still on 25-26 of 4.6 million. There's some continuing and recurring budget misses for 24-25, such as the Columbus Springs High School discretionary funding that we had to add back to the budget. That's one example of a few, that we'll get into as we go into the supplemental budget. The 25-26 estimated additional insurance, that number is low, much lower than really what I would like to see it. Unfortunately, that is assuming that everybody would be funded employee only at the HTHP 5 level, which seems pretty low to me, but it's a necessity, because we didn't want to show like this large amount that we were gonna have to cut without further conversation. So I know that committee's doing a lot of hard work around that to see what is, what is gonna be reasonable for employees. Okay. Looking at, the 300,000, 0.5% increase for para, that is something that we don't have any control over. We should be finding out whether or not we're gonna get that. We heard that we probably are gonna get that increase, so we have to kind of make sure that's on the radar. And there's other potential inflation required costs, such as utilities that we can anticipate that may increase this deficit at this point, but we're gonna try to hold the line, and that's what I've been telling all of and Anna, as far as the district office level and maintenance staff and all those kind of things, is hold the line. And anything that we were talking about as far as budget cuts, make sure those are included in the original budget. And if there's anything else that above that, then we need to have a conversation. So that's where we're starting there. So the big question really is what's been done to reduce the gap for 25-26? Anna, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure, next slide. And this is the last one, I think.
Yeah.
And this is the work that just takes a lot of time. So we really wanted to make sure before we were bringing any sort of budget questions to our school staff or leaders or teams, that we could say that within the district office and operations that we've done everything we could do to kind of scrub and tighten up our budgets. And so this has been some
pretty deep work by a leader over the last, probably 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And so we'll have a more detailed explanation of how we got to $2 million, but some of the examples here that you can see that, will be savings, to try to address that 5 million deficit for 25-26 already include, kind of freezing on rehiring positions within the DO. So positions like, my former position, we didn't hire this year, and we kind of have just redistributed some of those responsibilities to folks. We had, hoped to reutilize that position, but didn't do it this year, which saves us some money, and we're gonna hold for 25-26 as well. Transportation maintenance actually did some pretty significant work to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars of unfilled positions that they currently had, and felt like they could also hold and not fill those for this year or moving forward. So just a lot of gratitude for those leaders. In early childhood, we've been doing some strategic planning work over the last 5 years about high quality inclusion and looking at different systems and structures for staffing early childhood special educators. And we use grants to really invest a lot in that team, which we always knew was kind of an overinvestment. We were kind of overstaffed, and so and we had some grant money to support that initially, and we've landed on a structure that will save us probably $250,000 across that team, which is always kind of where we were heading anyway with that work. It's great that we're ready and have a vision for that now. And then, sorry for all the acronyms, district office, early childhood education, employee opportunity fund, family resource center. Some revisions and adjustments to their discretionary budgets that in sum total, all of this kind of got to 2 million. So really we pushed folks to look at 20 to 25% reductions in their discretionary budgets, revising some goals. So looking at, somebody, staff is on 252 versus 220 calendar, and folks were open to shifting. We did some of that to save some money on some salaries. Some special projects or one-time expenditures this year that were related to strategic planning that we know won't recur, so that helped. And then some, for example, like the FRC, because they often kind of run like a nonprofit, how to create a nice contingency or reserve fund that we've made some agreements of leaning in so that they reduce that, which then reduces our investments in the FRC for at least the short term next couple of years. So that got us to 2 million. So we're still working. There's still some budgets to look at. This is the work that we're trying to hustle through before the week of the 27th so that we can really get to a final piece of this. School leaders are looking at, how some of the forecasts might impact existing ratios in their schools, still working through those details, again, hoping to have a clearer sense of that in the next couple of weeks. And that varies school to school because of the way in the salary committee last year, we'll know from that rainbow sheet of school resource allocation, how that works. Dive back into that this year too, as this team is trying to understand how we're adjusting. So we're still those are some of the additional work that we're trying to get done in order to be able to have the next slide, which says ideally, and here's how we closed that remaining or are making progress against that remaining 3 million for 25. And that's a tighter story that we're hoping to be able to tell in a couple of weeks.
So the first slide that said like 5.3 million. And now it's really 3.3 million.
So this is 24-25.
Gotcha, yep.
And the other three are for 20, there you were solving for two different fiscal years.
Okay, yep.
But it does roll forward into that year, so they do impact one another, but they are. Okay.
So it's really like 8. 5 from 24, 25, and 5 going on next year.
Kind of. Yeah. Chrissy, the group uses the cards up for a question. So Megan, and then we'll go to the next side. Okay, thank you, sorry.
My bad too, I should focus.
Megan.
It doesn't need to be answered today, but I'd like to know. How in reducing spending and budgets. If you, especially if we're working with Shannon. If you're able to use her as a resource, to sort of, I'm not gonna say duplicate, because I know they weren't all popular, but the. Cuts that happened in 2008, that maybe you haven't thought of, like, I think it's wonderful that you provided us a lunch today, but like that was one thing that went away in 2008. Like the district didn't provide lunches anymore, or any meals. You know, there were things that were not popular, like athletic programs were cut, or the energy champions happened. And that saved a bunch of money in energy usage, and I'm not saying that those are the things to do, but I'm just wondering if we're consulting with Shannon, if she might be a resource for finding other things, just as knowing her institutional memory. Because we did cut a lot of money that year, and we avoided slips for teachers. I know we did reduce classified and coaching positions and stuff like that, like custodials. I'm not advocating for that, but.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna meet with her again tomorrow, so, yeah.
Lindsay.
Just for the group, and if you didn't get a chance last night to spend your Wednesday evening with us in person or online, Chief Chicoine did an excellent update on all of these issues, and just so that you all know, we will be getting much more regular quarterly reports on finances, and those reports are very informative. They're organized, they're laid out. It can take a minute. They're layperson accessible, like read through it, think about it, you'll figure them out, especially after you've seen a few of them, and those have already been tremendously helpful for the board because they are the now information that we need to make sure that we don't end up here again. The finance committee that the board has established, again with Chief Chicoine and Dr. Cole, meets regularly as well, so I just wanted to speak those out loud for the group who was concerned that we need to not end up in this position again. No more surprises, please. And there's a lot more information in last night's meeting that I would encourage you to look at, and the public board memo as well, so.
Any other questions?
I had one thing, I was just gonna ask the team, because one thing I wanted to just bring forward from the health insurance committee that I had heard quite a bit was, you know, a lot of different questions around the fund balance policy. And I don't know if there would be, if that should be part of the presentation for this group, is a discussion around that.
Yes. Not today though.
Not today, no, this is something that I gotta, you know, plan out and really get the right information so that it's well thought out, just like, you know, a good format, so it's not taking this time.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I think that one thing I just want to name that I feel, I don't know what part certified and classified and admin IBB are gonna play, but I think, as this story comes more and more into focus, and of course, we know that there's a lot of moving parts even from the state legislature side, but I think one of the pieces that we'll definitely talk about on the 27th is that, even as, and I know we're gonna do it, that we're gonna be able to solve these deficits for this year and next year. It's gonna be new for us and to be moving into a declining enrollment as a district, and it's gonna shift how we do things. And I do think that this is part of, and like Chrissy and Shannon and I talked, and we talked about what was it like in declining enrollment years or really tough years. That was helpful to hear Shannon's lens and recollection of that. And I think as a district, and this is what we were talking with leaders a lot about too, is like, once we get through this initial, I think kind of like the shock of these deficits, which absolutely some are self-inflicted, and made more complex by our own internal errors. The world of being in a declining enrollment space is to some extent outside of our control, and it's gonna mean that we operate differently. And there are certain things that I think we kind of know what that's gonna be like, but I think others that we don't. And I think that the kinds of conversations that we have here about that I know have been had in IBB about how do we hold, you know, striving towards livable wages and having manageable staffing ratios while looking at the brutal realities of finance, like, we're gonna be talking about that. That's not, we're gonna solve for that. I don't think there's, I just wanna name that, like, we're heading into, some hard continual work. That's just gonna be how we have to roll.
Okay, Lisa will be our final comment because our eviction notice is about to come, since we're at 4:01, so now.
You had you budgeted in, the cost of a step for employees, does that mean you haven't yet considered rifts or displacement, or is that a positive sign?
Anna, that's an Anna question.
Yeah, you know, I would say that we're really trying to prioritize. What feels like a commitment in, especially like a certified salary schedule that talks about years of experience, and we're trying to name that as a commitment and, I mean, we're wrong, but it's not on the table yet to cut that. And we wanna fix it, we wanna address this and try to hold that as a, like, we have to solve for this. And I think I would love to see a world in which any sort of staffing reductions are secondary only to declines in student enrollment. And, I think we know that there's been custodial contract reductions, so I don't wanna act like this hasn't happened already, that there are people who have worked for our district that are not working for our district. Those were custodial contractors, and there's been an impact. We've all talked about that. So I don't wanna say that we're not having staffing reductions, but I would love to emerge with a place where adjustments that are due to student enrollment might do it. And that's our like next 2 weeks of trying to really tighten that up so we can answer that question. And so maybe that's the piece of, I mean, we're keeping that there as a like, we have to do this, we gotta figure this out.
Because this is like with these items in here, we have that recurring loss before cost of 5 million, which is like kind of our starting point of like a reduction or a deficit, and then we're gonna have to figure out what those resolutions are, which includes that student teacher ratio and trying to make that a commitment for sure.
Thank you so much for coming to share it. Appreciate it. Yeah.
The other group needs to figure out meeting.
Yeah.
Maybe we can follow in the hallway.
Yeah. So please go on. And then typically there's a checkout, but we don't have time for that to honor. And then also, it seems like those name cards were kept in here. And so if you'd like to just leave them out, I'll gather them up and stack them over in this corner here. Thank you all so much.
Maybe staff can do this. Wait, we don't know.
You mean like this?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I thought you were
No, we're not. I sent an email last time.
Yeah, there's like. There are. There are
That's awesome.
We have content in our report on the science content lead, so they were working on the science. Next. Sure.
Nice to meet you too.
Try to get that.
Yeah.
Did I stop the video?